We study food. Because that is the people's health. We study drugs. Because that is the people's safety. We study cosmetics. Because that is the people's happiness. In order to ensure that your daily life is safe and happy, our love for you is realized through innovative science. Science of love for our people. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The bigger our love, the stricter we become. As an agency that faithfully performs its duties given by the people, everything that our people use, from food and drugs to quasi-drugs and medical devices, to health-functional food, cosmetics, and sanitary products, reflects our thoroughness. In order to keep our food table safe from adulterated foods, germs and viruses, and hazardous chemical substances, we manage the safety of food ingredients according to systematic standards, conduct on-site inspections of manufacturers, and thoroughly manage the customs process for imported food to block harmful elements in the first place. Through the Hazardous Food Sales Prevention System, we also respond immediately to safety accidents after distribution. As the country's food and drug safety control tower, we make South Korea a nation that puts people's safety first. The more we care, the more we listen. As we are well aware that our efforts have no meaning without the people's trust, we transparently disclose the safety management information of food and drugs to the public. We also make efforts to improve school meals for our children, take the lead in educating people on proper eating habits, and establish a social safety net based on communication through adverse drug reaction relief system. In addition, we operate the Korea Orphan and Essential Drug Center to swiftly provide crucial medicines to people and provide drug systematic management of medical emergencies. Our loving mind is growing into love for the world. We foresee the trends of advanced science and technology and implement food and drug policy on par with the development level of South Korea. With smart approval evaluation and an advanced management system at international levels, we drive the innovative growth of the drug and medical device industries. In addition, we provide technical support for all cycles of the bio-industry, which is at the heart of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. From clinical trials to approval for sale, as well as present international standards through scientific R&D to contribute to technological development for food and drug safety. Our relentless efforts are making South Korea one of the world's 5 powerhouses in the food and drug field. Relief beyond safety. Trust beyond relief. Happiness to the people. Vitality to the industries. We will increase the value of our country. We will prove our love for you by realizing the happiness of the people. Science of love for our people. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety.
The MFDS is the organization under the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety to support scientific and technological endeavors for food and drug safety management policies. In recent years, our society has undergone significant changes, including the development of advanced science and technology, such as artificial intelligence and digital technology, and the rapid growth of the biohealth industry. In order to respond to these changes, the NIFDS promotes risk assessment, regulatory review, test and analysis, national research and development, based on advanced research facilities, equipment, and experts. With risk assessment, we evaluate the effects of hazards such as heavy metals and benzopyrene on humans when using products for human use and provide safety controls to prevent these hazards. Our review process aims to support life cycle management of safety from development to use to ensure that safe and effective medicinal products, medical devices, functional cosmetics, and dietary supplements are brought to the market. The purpose of test and analysis is to identify the quality of vaccines before distribution and ensures public safety by inspecting illegal foods and medical products. Our institute proactively responds to changes in the social environment and innovative technologies and conducts research and development according to the Food and Drug Safety Management Policy. In addition, we support training of regulatory science experts in food and medical product sectors and successful commercialization of innovative products by providing advice on strategies from R&D to manufacturing for innovative growth of the biohealth industry. In addition, NIFDS has been playing a key role while working with many international organizations, including WHO, FDA, OECD, and building a global level of professional capabilities for reviewing. A healthy life starts with safety. As the national institution leading the regulatory science for foods, medicinal products, and medical devices, we will strive to become one of the best food and drug safety regulation agencies for public health and safety.
그날은 역사 속 사건이 아니다. 두려움 앞에 멈추지 않는 태도이며 포기하지 않고 나아가려는 마음이다. 그것이 지금 우리의 자세이고 모두가 기억해야 할 광복이다. 두려움에 맞서는 포기하지 않는 용기. 광복 80년. 과거가 아닌 내일을 여는 희망찬 시작. 빛나는 발걸음. 새로운 길. 광복 80년.
We study food. Because that is the people's health. We study drugs. Because that is the people's safety. We study cosmetics. Because that is the people's happiness. In order to ensure that your daily life is safe and happy, our love for you is realized through innovative science. Science of love for our people. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The bigger our love, the stricter we become. As an agency that faithfully performs its duties given by the people, everything that our people use, from food and drugs to quasi-drugs and medical devices, to health-functional food, cosmetics, and sanitary products, reflects our thoroughness. In order to keep our food table safe from adulterated foods, germs and viruses, and hazardous chemical substances, we manage the safety of food ingredients according to systematic standards. conduct on-site inspections of manufacturers, and thoroughly manage the customs process for imported food to block harmful elements in the first place. Through the Hazardous Food Sales Prevention System, we also respond immediately to safety accidents after distribution. As the country's Food and Drug Safety Control Tower, we make South Korea a nation that puts people's safety first. The more we care, the more we listen. As we are well aware that our efforts have no meaning without the people's trust, we transparently disclose the safety management information of food and drugs to the public. We also make efforts to improve school meals for our children, take the lead in educating people on proper eating habits, and establish a social safety net based on communication through adverse drug reaction relief system. In addition, we operate the Korea Orphan and Essential Drug Center to swiftly provide crucial medicines to people and prevent drug abuse through systematic management of medical narcotic drugs in an effort to create a reliable society and a safe nation. Our loving mind is growing into love for the world. We foresee the trends of advanced science and technology and implement food and drug policy on par with the development level of South Korea. With smart approval evaluation and an advanced management system at international levels, we drive the innovative growth of the drug and medical device industries. In addition, we provide technical support for all cycles of the bioindustry, which is at the heart of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. From clinical trials to approval for sale, as well as present international standards through scientific R&D to contribute to technological development for food and drug safety. Our relentless efforts are making South Korea one of the world's 5 powerhouses in the food and drug field. Relief beyond safety. Trust beyond relief. Happiness to the people. Vitality to the industries. We will increase the value of our country. We will prove our love for you by realizing the happiness of the people. Science of Love for Our People. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety.
May I have your attention, please? The 5th Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance will begin shortly at 2 p.m. And Korean-English simultaneous interpretation is available throughout the conference. Please tune to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. So we will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation in advance.
May I have your attention, please? Simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English is available for this conference. Please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. The conference will begin shortly at 2 p.m. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats in the venue. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? Welcome you all to the 5th MFDS Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. I am Jung Ji-yeon from Life's the Product Safety Policy Division. I'm your MC today for today's event. At the outset, let me extend my warm welcome to all the participants from home and abroad and experts and online participants for being here today. And this conference will be held for 2 days, and with the opening ceremony, keynote speech, and 4 sessions, an entire number of 14 presentations are prepared. An e-poster session for the first time in our edition is prepared. And this conference is being live streamed on MFDS YouTube channel for both Korean and English language. And all the presentation slide decks are able to be available by scanning QR code on the backside of your name tag. And this will be uploaded on our conference official website. Without further ado, let me begin the 5th Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. To begin with, I'd like to invite Director General Kim Hyun-jung from Food Consumer Safety Bureau for her opening remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Director General Kim Hyun-jung from Food Consumer Safety Bureau of MFDS. At the outset, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants for being here at the Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. And this poses threat in food safety, sustainable development, and health. This is a global challenge that we need to tackle. And for our part as MFDS, AMR, we try to recognize the importance of addressing AMR, and GCFA was held under that recognition. And GCFA invited experts from regulatory agencies and academia and industry and international organizations to talk about the foodborne antimicrobial resistance reduction plans. And the 5th edition of GCFA has been organized under the theme of Sustainable Development of Food Safety Beyond AMR. This will also talk about the AMR related management related techniques from various expert presentations, and in-depth discussions will be also prepared. This year, in particular, marks a special year because we try to introduce to you Korean industry's AMR reduction case studies. And new researchers will share with you the latest research outcomes in e-poster session. So this really add to the vibrancy onto the discussions. And this conference will contribute to science-based decision making and policy making, as well as stronger international collaboration. And my special thanks go to speakers and chairs of each session and all offline participants for being here out of your hectic schedule. Once again, thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Director General. The antimicrobial resistance is a very important task for us, so your remarks reminded of that. Once again, thank you very much. And this conference was hosted by the MFDS. even though it was organized by the Minister of the MFDS, but she was not be able to be here, but she recorded the welcoming address. So we will watch the video. Hello everyone. I am Oh Young, Minister of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety of the Republic of Korea. I would like to welcome everyone to the 5th MFDS Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Deputy Director General Containin of FAO for his congratulatory remarks and to all the presenters and session chairs. Recently, the international community has been shifting the paradigm of the food safety system under the core value of sustainable development, adopting One Health as an integrated approach encompassing health, safety, environment, and the entire ecosystem. Addressing foodborne antimicrobial resistance is essential to the establishment of a sustainable food safety system. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, together with the FAO, has been supporting Asian and Latin American countries to strengthen their capability against antimicrobial resistance and has been responding to this global issue in cooperation with the international community. I hope that through this conference we can share policy experiences from various countries and realize the value of international cooperation. Thank you very much.
네, 따뜻한 환영의 말.
She delivered a warm word of welcoming. Thank you very much. Actually, this forum will serve as an opportunity to share research outcomes and policies for stronger international collaboration. Next, Assistant Director General Tanawat-Tenzin from FAO sent a congratulatory video message. So let's watch him.
Honorable Minister Dr. Oh Yoo-kang, Minister of Food and Drug Safety, Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, annyeonghaseyo. I'm honored to congratulate you on the occasion of the 5th Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. I deeply appreciate the government of the Republic of Korea for its leadership. This conference remains the only international forum dedicated exclusively to AMR as a foodborne threat, an essential focus within the broader AMR challenge. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, has long prioritized these issues, and our work gained recognition last year when member states adopted the second political declaration on AMR, which reaffirmed the urgency of One Health action, underline FAO's role in supporting the agriculture, livestock production, and animal health sector, and recognize Codex Alimentarius standard as a critical foundation for managing AMR in agri-food systems. Building on this momentum, at FAO conference in early July this year, FAO members and ministers adopted the resolution on addressing AMR in agri-food systems, urging members to regulate the prudent use of antimicrobials in line with Codex standards. Codex AMR texts are a particular focus on FAO implemented and Republic of Korea funded X project, which has delivered tangible results and achievements. Thanks to the X project, FAO developed the International FAO Antimicrobial Resistance Monitoring System, so-called INFARM system, which will enable the collections and vitally the analysis of AMR data and help countries develop informed policies to contain foodborne AMR. In addition, the ACT project has supported countries in building or reinforcing AMR testing and monitoring capacities. Moreover, through the ACT tools, the ACT project have helped countries assess their AMR regulatory system and supported legal reforms. Such progress has only been possible thanks to the international cooperation, including the important role of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety of the Republic of Korea. I kindly encourage the continued inspiration, motivation, and guidance extended by the Ministry to the global community as we work together to combat these pressing threats. I wish you all a very successful conference and fruitful discussions, and FAO continue to work with all of you in fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 바쁜 일정.
Despite his busy schedules, the Assistant Director General Tanawa Tianxian sent it a video. Thank you very much. And he is saying that international cooperation is very important to address the AMR issue. And he also expressed the gratitude to the Republic of Korea and MFDS. And in order to commemorate this conference, we would like to have a group photo session. So we would like to invite all the VIPs and the speakers and session chairs. And soon, keynote speech will be followed. So we would like to ask all the participants be seated.
Group photo session. I would like to invite all distinguished guests, speakers, and chairs to the stage. Thank you. 그럼 이제부터
From now on, we would like to begin the 5th MFDS Global Conference on Foodborne Antimicrobial Resistance. This conference will be continued for 2 days, and there will be poster session, keynote speech, and 4 sessions. And today we have 2 sessions and 1 keynote speech, and 8 speakers are prepared. Now we will begin the keynote speech. Let me introduce the keynote speaker. From the University of Washington, we have Professor Mohsen Nagabi. Currently, he is the director of the disease statistics, and he is also leading the tracing study. And he is one of the key members in the disease study, and he is also leading the trends and situation related study. He published more than 500 papers, and he was chosen as one of the most influential scientists. Today, the title is Global Level and Republic of Korea Antimicrobial Resistance AMR Time Trend and Situation with focus on water and foodborne pathogens. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for this important meeting. Actually, our result and our data is not focused on the specific part of the microbiology, especially on the foodborne disease. We calculate AMR almost for the all pathogen, all bacteria. That is very important, more than 33 bacteria. Some of them are foodborne, some of them not. But I am trying to explain the story of the foodborne in the different part of my slide. One other thing that I do not want to compare Republic of Korea with many other countries. Just I focus on the high-income Asia-Pacific region. That is one of the regions that we are using in the GBD. That is mostly from 3 countries, 4 countries. The most important, Republic of Korea, Japan, and Singapore. Then I compare these 2 parts together. If you let me, I start, but I will be very happy if there is any question I can answer between or in the end or any time in the break. Okay. Thank you. We started calculation of AMR in the 2017 as a some part of the global burden of disease. And we first published our paper for the, okay, I cannot see it. We published our paper for the 23 pathogen, for the 11 infectious syndrome, and also for the first paper we published, if you let me, I take my other glasses that I can see that. Okay. For the 33 pathogen, and that 23 was bacteria and was calculated for the antimicrobial resistant. We calculate for the 88 drug-bug combo, and we published this based on the in the Lancet. And it was first time that global paper on the Lancet published, and until this September it had around 40,000 time citation. Then we started for the other part. But because we used a specific language, I will be happy to explain 2-3 specific topics. We calculated sepsis. In our definition, that is medical definition, sepsis is a life-threatening problem that infectious with the organ failure causes move the person to the deaths. Usually we do not have primary sepsis. Usually sepsis is intermediate cause. In the process of the chain of deaths, it's happened. Infectious syndrome is something between sepsis and underlying cause. For example, if somebody has a stroke, go to the hospital, first step for them, they use catheter for his situation, and catheter make UTI, and then UTI infectious move this person to the sepsis. We say UTI is an infectious syndrome. Associated deaths and attributed deaths in our language is when we associated deaths is when we remove the infectious deaths due to the infectious deaths, associated deaths will remove. In other words, infection-associated deaths is something that deaths happen due to the infectious. But attributed deaths is deaths happen due to the resistant in the infectious. It means that associated deaths, some part of associated deaths is in the attributed deaths. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. I don't want to go through all the detail for what we are doing, but let me very fast say we have 10 components in our calculation. First, we calculate total of sepsis in the world by the age, sex, location, year. How many people die with the sepsis? And then we calculated infectious syndrome. How many infectious syndrome create this number of the sepsis? All is by location, age, sex. And then for each infectious syndrome, we calculate pathogen distribution, and we put this pathogen distribution in the process of the calculation. Okay. Now, we separately calculate prevalence of resistant. Prevalence of resistant, it means that how many of pathogen are resistant to this antibiotic or to the different antibiotic. And then we calculate relative risk of deaths that shows that if this AMR or these infectious, how many percent increase risk of deaths? Then or a risk of the staying in the hospital. Then we put all of them together to the pipeline that it is a coding process, and we calculate associated and attributed deaths due to the 88 pathogen the 88 drug combo, and also we calculate pathogens that are distributed to the different infectious syndrome. This is very easy, but anyway, we published more than 16 papers that is mostly is in the Lancet, and all the detail of our work is in there. Okay, but this was for the 2019. For the 2021 that I am talking about, that we calculated time trend, because for 2019, just we calculated 2019. And now we forecasted for the 2050. And also we increased all of the infectious syndrome to the 20. For example, we included eye infectious, mouth infectious, genital infectious, that usually do not kill, but make disability. And we increase number of the pathogen to the 60. And then this is the process that we did. The most important question that all of you thinking, okay, where was your data? Based on what you did. We gathered, actually in the global burden of disease, we are gathering a big database. For the many things, for example, I am leading causes of this team. In my team, we have around 800 million deaths that we recorded by the individual, and from 1990 until 2021. Then we gathered all of the test result, that this test result was in the hospital, was in the death certificate, was in the microbiology data, was in the surveillance data, around 1 billion test result by the age, sex, infectious syndrome, year, location we gathered, and as I explained, we calculate AMR by all of the detail that I explained for you. First step, as I said, we calculate sepsis. The big one that here is that the big circle is total of the sepsis that is due to the virus, is due to the parasite, is due to the fungi, but a smaller one is due to the bacteria. A smaller one is due to the bacteria that are resistant. And finally, a smaller one is the bacteria that cause infection, cause deaths or attributed deaths. This is for the 1990. As you see that 16 million people die with sepsis. I am not saying due, I am saying what? With, because sepsis usually come with a different disease. And then this number decreased to the 14 million by the 2019, because big decreasing was in the under 5 mortality due to the sepsis. Many children that died due with sepsis in these 20 years, in these 30 years, decrease with the decreasing of the infectious disease, vaccination, and other. But COVID increased this number to the 21 million. And now, slowly, it is decreasing. Again, we hope that we can come back to the around lower than 20 million deaths per year due to the sepsis. Okay. This was calculation of the sepsis. Now, let me, all the process is in this shape. One slide is, one part is in the high-income Asia-Pacific region, and one is in the Republic of Korea. The biggest, I will try just explain the Republic of Korea, just you can compare. This is DALIs. What is the meaning of DALI? It means that burden of the disease. It means that number of years that we lost due to the premature deaths plus number of years that we lost due to the disability. Okay, put together morbidity and mortality. You are seeing that DALIs, top DALIs that you have in South Korea for the infectious syndrome is upper respiratory infections. That is reasonable, is very prevalent disease. After that is bloodstream infections. That is very important. Lower respiratory, peritonitis, hepatitis, infectious, other infectious disease. I believe that you know, and this is the time trend in the Republic of Korea and Asia Pacific. Slowly you pay attention to the difference between Republic of Korea and Asia Pacific. For example, here you are seeing that top one that is green in Republic of Korea, dark green is bloodstream infectious. Bloodstream infectious is decreasing. That is usual because you have much better development than the 1990. And same as this, you can see that other infectious that is lower respiratory, light green, is decreasing. But see, that line, green, is TB. That is different with the TB with the, your region. It means that Japan and Singapore moved faster than you. But now you are in the same page. You, let me say, you were not very good. You were bad. But now you did very well, and you are in the same as Japan and Singapore. This is death rate for the infectious syndrome. It is lower respiratory, upper respiratory do not kill anybody, then go down, lower respiratory, that is pneumonia, came up, and then bloodstream infectious peritonitis go up. And then this is the pattern, is almost same. I don't waste your time. And now let's go to the pathogen. Here is 30 top pathogen in the blue one in Republic of Korea. For sure, top one is Staph aureus. It's not just your problem, it's whole world problem. We are, for many, many years, we are in the epidemic of the Staph aureus, and it's killed. Second one is E. coli. That is completely related to this meeting. Third one is Streptococcus pneumonia, and then Pseudomonas, and then TB and flu and Klebsiella, Candida, Legionella, and other. Let's see what happened by the time trend. But all the time compare between region and Korea. You will see region, these are age standardized rate. All of the epidemiologists friend understand that what we did, but it is comparable. You can see, for example, Staphylococcus aureus in region is 9.5, in Korea is 10. Or E. coli in region is 5, in Korea is 5.7. Now, this is the time trend of the pathogen. I talk just about the Korea. You are seeing that orange line, that is Staph aureus is decreasing better than region. But anyway, the Streptococcus pneumonia is decreasing very fast. Why? Because you used vaccine. Streptococcus, you are using vaccination for the Streptococcus pneumonia. That is very important. And here it shows that effect of this vaccine. You saved your people with this vaccination. Second line that is important is E. coli. You can see your E. coli is a little higher than region. Anytime that I have to stop, please say to me, I will stop. Okay, thank you. And here is other part of pathogen. You are seeing that, again, some pathogen is going up. Legionella. Now, all of you living in the big building, and in the big building there is air condition, there is AC, and then Legionella living in the water in the AC, and we didn't diagnose very well Legionella in the past. Now we diagnose much better. Maybe some increasing is due to some better diagnosis. And you can see again all the process for the foodborne disease that here is E. coli and Enterococcus. You can see that is coming, and also Antimicrobial histolytica. And here we are looking to the one other way that it is Republic of Korea, this one, and shows these 40 pathogen in 3 situations: resistant, susceptible, and untested. Blue is associated or resistant. Orange is susceptible. It means that now in this situation, this pathogen is not resistant to the bacteria. And untested is, okay, it was not necessary that we should test that. For example, it was virus or it was Antimicrobial histolytica. Okay, and now this is just the thing that I could put for the pathogen distribution, foodborne and waterborne distribution, that I compared Republic of Korea with the region, age standardized rate, and you can see that almost all the time, region is better than you. Anyway, and this difference is very small, but all statistically is meaningful. Then I didn't put, but this is the other part that you are seeing. This is drug-bug combo. I explained some of them that is easier. Okay, this is food and waterborne drug-bug combo that you can see. For example, compare between high income, between region and Republic of Korea. The first one is E. coli and aminopenicillin. You are much higher than region. Second one is E. coli and fluoroquinolone. You are higher. And third one is E. coli and trimethoprim, bacterium, septerium, and other. And go down. Level of the resistance due to the prevalence and level of the resistance due to this pathogen is a little higher compared with the other. And then this is time trend of the different pathogen. Everything that is dot line, it is the everything that here is not dot line with the other picture is E. coli or other foodborne and waterborne disease. And this is the pattern again by the all. We have by the 88. We have a publicly available VIS tool that you can look. The name is micro. Type micro. This public VIS tool you can see. And again, and this is the prevalence of resistance for the different pathogen. These are the one other thing that I wanted to show. This is 2-3 last slide. This is from 1990 until AMR associated deaths due to the AMR from 1990 to the 2015. You can see dark blue, that is children bottom, is decreasing. We survived. We could survive our children, but our old people, no. Old people is in the risk of the getting more and more antimicrobial resistant. This is by the super region. This is rate by the super region. You can see Africa that has a very bad situation, and it is bad, slowly going to the better situation because children deaths due to the children deaths decreasing, and in the high income, mortality due to the old people that usually comes with the infectious and antimicrobial resistance. Let me say, one of the most important causes of deaths in US is Clostridium difficile that create diarrhea in the old people. It's high, it's very high. Every year, 70,000 deaths happen due to this pathogen, due to the diarrhea, because immunity in the old people is very low, then get to this situation, and thank you so much. I tried to finish on the time. Thank you.
네, 모센 나가비 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Mosen Nagabi. In this presentation, he talked about the Asia-Pacific region and the daily data of the Republic of Korea, and he provided in-depth analysis. And by age group, he also explained the mortality of AMR. Once again, thank you very much for your valuable insight. The presentation material is available. You can download using the flyer QR code. So please refer to the QR code. And from now on, we would like to begin the session 1. The title is Global Policy and Regulation Trends on AMR Management, and we'll begin the first session. Let me introduce the chair of the session 1, Professor Min-seok Lee from Korea University. He is also head of the research center in Korea University and International Journal of Food Microbiology is one of his publications. And he is also participating in the policy review of the MFDS, contributing to the policy development as well. Let us invite Professor Min-seok Lee with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Min Seok Ri from Korea University. It's my great pleasure to take care of this session. The topic of this session is global policy and regulation trend on antimicrobial resistance management. Our first speaker is Professor Yap Bajanar from Utrecht University. He is a leading expert in antimicrobial resistance and Campylobacter. He directs the WHO Collaborating Center on Antimicrobial Resistance, co-chairs the Quadripartite Technical Group on Integrated Surveillance, and he advises major international bodies including WHO, FAO, and the European Commission. Please warmly welcome Professor Yap with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks for inviting me for this talk. I will talk about the prudent use of antimicrobials in food production and the global spectrum of challenges and opportunities, and I added to the title From Policy to Practice. The topics I'd like to discuss are a few words about the standards and the tools that they are available, the outcome of the UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, and the JEDI commitments, some success stories around the world and data resources, drivers of AMU, interventions, new threats, and then about the next decade. And I hope to do that in 20 minutes. First, there are a lot of standards, and being here in Korea, leading the Codex on AMR, I think the Code of Practice is a very important document for how to control the antimicrobial resistance by prudent use. There is also the Terrestrial Animal Code from the WOA, also an important document for standard setting for prudent use of antimicrobials. And later in the session you will hear from Jorge Mathieu and Alejandro and Mohamed Usman about the documents, the tools that are available from WHO and from FAO, very important for surveillance and for data collection. One of the things, and you cannot read it in the back, I realize, is that in the guideline of the standard from the Codex are the responsibilities for food, animal and plant producers. And that's something I will come back during my presentation, because I think that it's well described here, but how is the implementation for the food producers, for the farmers? Because finally, when we are working in the field, the farmers are the ones that often decide to use antimicrobials. In most countries in the world, there is not the antimicrobials on prescription. In Asia, in Africa. So, do they know what is described in the Codex documents? Last year, there was a very important meeting of the United Nations, the General Assembly, and they came up with the UNGA Declaration. Very important points there. The commitments of all the countries were to promote the action plans on antimicrobial resistance and national vaccination and immunization strategies. And this part is about diagnostics, so having laboratory systems and accessibility of quality testing available. That is what the countries promise to do. And so it's here, this side, are the commitments, increasing implementation of stewardship, the responsible use in alignment with the Codex documents, again, animal vaccination strategies, and invest in animal health systems to support equitable access to essential veterinary services. So the countries did a lot of promises to work on animal health and to improve the stewardship of antimicrobial use. And Then they were looking forward for the upcoming ministerial conference, and that was the one in Saudi Arabia. And that's also the commitments. You can look online what they promise, and they also come up with a lot of promises about stewardship and about prudent use of antimicrobials. So they are in line with the UNGA Declaration. So there are a lot of documents, there are a lot of good intentions from countries. And there are absolute success stories when it comes to the use of antimicrobials. These are data from the European Union, and I'm from the Netherlands, I'm from one of the European countries. And what we see here from 2011 to 2022, you see here the total use calculated now 161 units, and here is it 75 units milligram per PCU. So there is a huge reduction of antimicrobial use in the European Union over that time. Very, very good data. Here are the data from the US, also there from 2013. You see a decrease, now it's kind of stable, but also there you see a reduction of the antimicrobial use. Very, very good news. And these data are only available because of the implementation of surveillance systems. And we will hear later about surveillance systems, and they are of utmost importance to have these data available, because only then you can see how you are doing. And then the data from my country, I'm proud of it. These are the sales data for antimicrobials from 1999 up to 2023. And what you see after an increase of usage parallel to the ban on antimicrobial growth promoters, we see a huge decrease of antimicrobials in animals. And that's a 76.4 reduction, 23 towards the reference year of 2009. And we are hardly using fluoroquinolones and third and fourth generations cephalosporins. Really only a few kilograms for the whole country. And we are a huge exporter of agricultural products, a huge producer of animals. So we are not small. And what is good, I will not go in detail here, but these figures are the data from the ongoing surveillance for antimicrobial resistance in commensal E. coli. And what we see, parallel to the reduction in usage, we see a reduction in different animals, in broilers, in pigs, in veal calves, and in dairy cattle, we see a reduction of the resistance levels. So, reduction of usage due to all kind of measurements in particular by the government, who really enforced a reduction. And the reduction in usage is followed by a reduction in resistance levels. What is good news? Because there is a way back. That's the good news. And then the ANIMUSE data. ANIMUSE is the system from the WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, collecting usage data for the animal antimicrobial use in animals. This is really a fantastic resource, and it's so an extremely important program. I cannot stress enough, because that is the way to follow what is globally going on in animal production. There is debate about how precise the data are, but the basis of the system is really good, and it can be improved, but we can see what is happening. And when we see over the years, this is not very promising, that there is some fluctuation, but globally there is not really a decrease of usage in animal production. So it depends per region how it is going. In the last year there was a huge increase in the Middle East countries. So this is important to follow what is happening here, but not very promising until now. And what is also problematic is that they are also looking for how many countries are still using growth promoters. And that is 22% of the 175 countries are still using growth promoters, and 7% it's unknown. So still almost a quarter of the countries that add antimicrobials to animal feed. And the big organizations, they are present here, WHO, FAO, and WOA, they say that should not be done. And still, it's common. There are a lot of reports about economics. And there are really very good reports. This one is one from different organizations. This is from the World Bank. And wherever we look, we see that there is a huge economic burden due to antimicrobial resistance. That's at the human side, in hospitals, and that's at the animal side. Predictions are bad, but what is missing is that when I go to farmers, and I do a lot of work in Indonesia, for an individual farmer, there are no data. We cannot. You showed fantastic data, and can do analysis on burden and death attributed to resistance. At the animal side, we are missing so much data. And when you come to a farmer, the farmer will not, in general, will not say, I will think about the world and I will take the risk for not treating my animals. The farmer will mostly say, and I will not blame the farmer for that, when there is disease on my farm, I will use antimicrobials because it prevents death and it prevents a loss of income. But maybe there in the basis, maybe it costs the farmer a lot antimicrobial resistance, but I cannot show the data. So that's a real gap where we are dealing with. And then it comes to, can we do something on farms? And I think this initiative from FAO, Reno Farm, is very good. That says to reduce the need for antimicrobials on farms. So this is launched, I think, 1.5 years ago. And it's developing in different countries. And it should support, or it will support countries with the approach how to reduce the need for antimicrobials. But also for this one, I have to see how much it finally comes into the farms and to reach the farmer, or that it finally stays on governmental level and will not be implemented. That's the challenge, I think, for this program. But the fact that they launched it is already fantastic, because that was the thing that was missing. These are two pictures from work we are doing in Indonesia. We had two large projects, the Cornerstone project and the Coincide project, both on prudent use of antimicrobials. So this is a broiler farm in Java, and this is a layer farm also in Java. These are data or pictures from not from Indonesia, but they are from Myanmar. But I could have taken them in Indonesia. All antimicrobials are available over the counter. There is not a single farm now, that's not true, but I think about 10% of the farms are visited by a veterinarian. But 90% the farmer goes to the agrovet shop and buys enrofloxacin. So that is how it works. And when it comes to biosecurity, you can see that now this is not optimal. Biosecurity, it's now here it's closed at the side, but it can also be open. And these are the layer farms are cages, and it's fully open. So the pillars of antimicrobial treatment. Now there is definitely overtreatment, and biosecurity. it's not optimal. And I'm a veterinarian, we did a very technical study on these farms with doing implementation of interventions. And we asked the social scientists to help us with, but why was it so difficult and why they finally failed to implement the interventions. And now this is a paper we submitted, and the results say, while the motivations for antimicrobial use are diverse, most stem from a financial consideration, with antimicrobials commonly used as a low-cost risk management strategy in response to economic uncertainty. That is why farmers are using antimicrobials. And now it's said here more, so they are willing to do something, but finally insufficient guidance, limited resources, or differing priorities, they did not continue with an intervention strategy. So this is from the social sciences point of view, why are farmers still using antimicrobials? And I think that is really, really the challenge, how to overcome that. Now, the triggers for a change, how can we have a change and motivate farmers to reduce the usage? Now, that is trade. When there is export ambition in countries, you usually see that they are able, maybe not for the whole production, but at least for parts of the production, they are able to produce well. There is the ethical point that sometimes they have the best production for export and the more risky production for their domestic consumption. But if there is a trigger, they are able to do something. When we look for legislation and enforcement, we see that in the European Union and in the US and in China, and that's here depicted, you can look for different measures that were taken. When there is really legislation and enforcement, then you are able to do something. But that is in a lot of countries. Legislation may be possible, but the enforcement of the legislation, that's a weak point in the countries that we expect that are the big producers in the upcoming decade. Now, and the challenges are over-the-counter sales of antimicrobials and the limited veterinary oversight. There are huge countries in the world where they have only, I think Chad is the worst, I think, where they have only a few veterinarians for the entire country to supervise the uses of medicines. Then animal health. I'm afraid that with less donors, surveillance of antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance for public health purpose might be reduced. But we will see. What is extremely important to motivate farmers is also the clinical surveillance. So, and that's the data we need for, because if I cannot show that it is a resistant microorganism, and then I cannot show the farmer anything. So these data are very important, but we did several projects with FAO in Asia, and it's extremely difficult to set up clinical surveillance. It's expensive. Farmers have to be willing to bring animals to a lab. And farmers say, yeah, when the results are there, the animals are already dead, or I treated them. So this really needs I think another approach, but we need the data, but it's extremely difficult. There are promises, increased investment in animal health. It's needed, I think, and in the UNGA they promise to do so. Because that's the way, we should not go to a farmer and say you are using too much antimicrobials. We have to help the farmer in having healthy production. So increased vaccination, good feed, good climate. Then we need less antimicrobials. And I think there are changes in animal production. Now FAO is leading the sustainable livestock transformation. Leave no one behind is the motto. And I think what we see worldwide is increasing production size of farms and better controlled farms. That's a good approach. But one of the things I like to mention, it's a kind of a full picture, but in the large-scale farming, there is often an increased use of in over vaccination. So at 18 days, you can vaccinate fertilized eggs, and you can vaccinate them against viral diseases. You make a small hole in the shell, and in fact it's an oral vaccination in the allantois fluid. But with the vaccine, there is the risk that you bring in fungi or bacteria. So when you do not have a very hygienic environment to do this, they add ceftiofur and gentamicin to prevent infections in the eggs. Now there was a publication from Lucie Dutil. I will not go into detail here. That's about Salmonella and E. coli ESBL producing. When they stopped ceftiofur treatment with the vaccines, you see a huge reduction in resistance, and then it was coming up again when they starting using it again. And this is from my country, where we have used ceftiofur in hatcheries, and when we stopped it, you see this is the data from chicken and ESBL. You see a huge reduction there. What we see in some countries is an increase in gentamicin resistance in E. coli, in the commensal E. coli. And when I asked the hatcheries, and usually, I don't know how it is in Korea, hatcheries are not the most approachable part of the production chain. But finally they said, yes, we are using now gentamicin in our in ovo vaccination. So with the increased scale of farming, this is also one of the risks that I think, okay, but we have to make sure that for prudent use, we should not do this any longer, because you can also have a better hygiene. I'm almost there for the people who become nervous. One of the things I'd like to mention, and maybe it's not bringing problems, but there is now an oral carbapenem. It was in a trial, tibapenem, by GSK. It was in trial for UTIs, but the results were so good that they stopped the trial and they are now working on the approval. That's an oral carbapenem, easier to use than the parenteral carbapenem. So, and it's too expensive for animal use, maybe, but when the molecule is there, I see that also as a risk that maybe some producers will pick it up. Maybe I'm too negative, but it's a risk. These were the conclusions from the Schwann report in 1969, so more than 50 years ago. And when we look for antibiotic use in farm livestock poses a clear risk. Resistance is inevitable but controllable, quite optimistic here. Growth promoters should be restricted, prescription should be controlled, need for oversight, and research into alternatives for non-therapeutic use. Now, we could say the date could also be 2025, because what they have said then is still, I think, valid, and we make progress because here we have seen the need for improved surveillance and better epidemiological data. I think this is one of the things that is really improved. Where is the growth of livestock? That's expected to be in South and Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the Near East and North Africa, from the agricultural outlook. So these are the regions where we expect a lot of animal production. My concluding remarks is there are the standards and the tools for prudent use. They are available and are extremely important. So you will hear about InFarm and maybe RenoFarm from people from FAO. Clinical surveillance, I think, is extremely important but remains difficult. most success stories driven by the governmental measures or are market driven. And there is a huge lack of data on the costs of AMR for individual farmers to motivate them. And then I like to end with two questions. If we think that the current tools and description of responsibilities, including the development of NAPs, we can reasonably expect a reduction of AMU in Africa and Asia in the upcoming 5 years, then we are okay. But if we think that this is not the case, should we take further action? That was my presentation. Think about these questions in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the side presentation. We truly appreciate your contribution, and I would like to invite the audience to join me. I'll be giving another big round of applause. We have a 20 minutes Q&A session after 3 talks, so you can ask questions during the Q&A session. Next, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Ernesto Riebana, veterinary surgeon and biohealth team leader at European Food Safety Authority. He will be joining us online today. He has over 30 years of experience in zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance, and major foodborne pathogens. And he has published extensively while contributing to teaching and mentoring across Europe. Please welcome Dr. Riebana with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the organizers for having invited EFSA and myself to be here with you. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person like in past occasions, but I'll try my best online to give to you a bit of the flavor of the latest work we have done. So today I will be presenting a recent scientific opinion on the occurrence of carbapenemase producing Enterobacteriales in the food chain in the EU. This comes because of a perceived increase in instances where we see resistance to these last line antibiotics in Europe. And it is a follow-up of a previous opinion around 10 years ago when the first of these microorganisms was incidentally identified in Germany. So we thought it was right now the time to investigate where are we and what is going on. Okay, so this work was concluded a few months ago, and it is the first of a series of activities that we have planned. In this particular one that was adopted and published in March, we covered 4 themes of questions. We covered what we call the current status, so that was a thorough review of the occurrence of genes, bacteria, clones, mobile genetic elements, sources, and geographical and temporal distribution in the EU. We also had a thorough look at methods in use for detection and characterization. We investigated transmission dynamics within the food chain and worked quite hard in finding documented transmission proof, routes and risk factors. And last but not least, we also did a questionnaire with member states in the EU about the existence and application of contingency and mitigation plans. But before I dig into this opinion, I wanted to explain a bit the regulatory, the policy background. So for a number of years, since basically 2020, there is now mandatory monitoring of ESBLs, AMCs, and for a while it was voluntary carbapenemase producers. And we allow 2 different ways of doing this, either phenotypically by the use of basically MIC determination using meropenem and ertapenem. You have all the information there on the list of antimicrobials that we use in what we call our second panels and the epidemiological ECOF, so cutoff values that we use. And also from 2021, we also allow the use of whole genome sequencing to identify this type of carbapenemase producers. Over the years, we have seen also that the number of countries performing this type of monitoring has increased. In this slide, you see a temporal representation from 2015 up to 2023. And you can see also that the number of countries in general doing this has increased. And also you will spot little letters in red, but I will come back to that later. Those are the countries that found that had positive findings. And it is also very important that in the way we do this harmonized monitoring in Europe, everything is, as I mentioned in the first word, harmonized. So everybody's doing things using the same methodology. And this was only possible with the help of the European Reference Lab on antimicrobial resistance and the presence of SOPs, which are there for E. coli from sickle samples, E. coli from fresh meat, and also a validation study on different selective media. So the protocol which is in existence now is based on the use of a pre-enrichment peptone water with no selective pressure, and then plating on selective agars. And there are different possibilities. Like this Chrome ID Carba, Chrome OXA48, and also Carba Smart, which is being used now by most of our labs. And now coming back to the specifics of the document I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. The document uses data not only from the European Summary Report, so this is the harmonized monitoring, but it also has screened all the literature available from 2011, which was the date of the previous opinion, up to February 2025. So we did a systematic review of all that literature. And last but not least, we also did a number of surveys with our member states. We did surveys on methodology for isolation detection and characterization, and we also did surveys on the existence of contingency plans and control measures. And I will now go one by one with the 4 topics that I mentioned at the beginning. So regarding the genes, the bacteria, the clones, and the plasmids that we found, you can see in this graphical representation, if you start from the inner part of the circle, you have either the animals or the food commodities, and then as you go towards the outside, you will have the families of genes, the specific members of the family, and then the member states where it has been found, and also the bacteria. So you have E. coli, Klebsiella, Salmonella, Enterobacter, and others. So it's a very synthetic way of presenting all our data set. But the main thing here is that 22 different gene variants from 9 carbapenemase families have already been found in animals or foods in the EU. And the most common are VIN1, OXA48, OXA101, and NDM5 and IMI1. So these are our usual subjects, and I think they are very consistent across findings in different countries. And when we talk about clones, for E. coli, we found them in 66 different sequence types belonging to the main complexes ST23, 101, and ST10 and ST542. So also gives you an idea that it's not only a matter of genes spreading, but potentially we also have some clones going around in different locations. It has also been found in Enterobacter, in Klebsiella, and in Salmonella enterica. And finally, we have plasmids, which are frequently found associated with these carbapenem genes, carbapenemase encoding genes. And these are the ones that are here in the slide: INC-HI2, INC-C, INC-X3, INC-I, and INC-L. So these data are very important in order to make epidemiological conclusions, as you will see later on. Then when we go and look into the temporal distribution and the sources, I think it's a very nice way, this graph, to show immediately that we have seen an increase. Doesn't really matter that there are more countries reporting or perhaps doing the investigations more thoroughly, but it is clear that we have seen a real increase in the number of reports. Most of the reports right now come from terrestrial animals and mainly from pigs. Followed by then bovines and poultry. And if we look into the food commodities, when we compare meat with food derived from aquatic animals and food of non-animal origin, so this is vegetables and fruits, we see that normally there are more detections in these other foods, not the animal-derived one, and also the diversity of bacterial species and carbapenemase genes is higher in this type of products. And all this data comes from literature. Unfortunately, we don't have official data on monitoring seafood and monitoring vegetables in the EU, so we cannot really make a lot of epidemiologically statistically sound conclusions, but it's clear from the data that these are pockets where we are seeing also a surge of the problem. And this increase in the number of reports comes again, as I mentioned, mainly from pigs, with a surge in 2 years. In 2021, due to the spread of OXA 101 in Italy, 181, sorry, in Italy, and 2023 with OXA 48 in Spain, OXA 181, 48, 244, and New Delhi metallobeta-lactamase 5 in Portugal. So those are the main reasons why we saw really this explosion on cases. Looking at the map of Europe and the geographical distribution, it has been already, or they have been already reported in 14 countries. And in 11 of these 14 countries, we found the carbapenemase producers through the official monitoring. In the other ones, it was reported in published papers. And as mentioned before, pig production has been a source across multiple countries, in Germany, in Italy, in the Czech Republic, in Spain, and in Portugal. So the map is becoming more and more tainted with occurrence of this problem. And one has to wonder sometimes also the ones that didn't find it, in some cases, why that is, because in some cases there are papers also there showing the presence, even if they were not detected in the harmonized monitoring programs. Now, coming to the real hard evidence of transmission in the food chain, this is very hard to find and very hard to prove. But nevertheless, we have some clear cases where this has already been proven. So the first country where this has been proven is Germany. And in this case, it's E. coli ST88 and Salmonella infantis ST32 with VIM1 in these INC-HI2 plasmids. Here, these microorganisms have been recurrently found in the food chain along the years with genomic and epidemiological data supporting the clonal spread and the horizontal gene transfer within the pig production chain and between specifically breeders and fattening farms. Also, there is evidence of clonal spread and finding these microorganisms in minced pork. And more with a question mark, because there is not really the proof, but you will see in the slide later, the suspicion that this presence in minced pork, of course, is adding to the human exposure, and because these microbes are also quite common in humans. So perhaps there is a role there of the food chain, even if we could not prove it. Same or similar situation in Italy with E. coli ST5229 with OXA 101 on these plasmids. Same type of story in pig farms where there is both clonal spread and horizontal gene transfer proven in breeder farms and fattening farms. And in this case, spread to dairy cows and the same types found in turkey production, although there was not epidemiological information linking these two. So we don't know exactly how this happened. Also, in some of these farms, farm workers were found colonized with the same types, making us assume that there was We don't know whether the farm worker was the origin or it was the recipient from the animals. So for sure, there are opportunities for spillover and spillback of these microbes. In Spain, again, E. coli ST5229 with OXA48 on Inca L plasmids, and same thing in pigs, clonal spread and horizontal gene transfer between breeders and fattening farms. And then from the literature, this Serratia fonticola with IMP that was found in the environment and in fish products. And again, we don't know exactly the transmission dynamics here. What this shows is that there is in fact opportunities for this to happen. And what worries us, of course, is that normally these carbapenemase producers are also multi-resistant, and it is not difficult to conclude that perhaps co-selection by use of more common antibiotics is also possible, and it could then be the reason why we could see more and more of an increase and a spread of some of these clones if they establish themselves in food production animals. So the previous slide shows the hard evidence on the instances where we could prove the transmission. This one only shows circumstantial evidence. So meaning that we have found the same strain, the same genes, and the same plasmids in the food chain and humans. So we cannot infer anything about the transmission here from one compartment to the other, but surely there is something going on here. So you have for E. coli, for Klebsiella, for Salmonella infantis, and also the same type of plasmids found. I will not repeat all the info here in the slide, but there are these genes present in both compartments, the microorganisms, and more importantly, the plasmids. So a lot of evidence mounting here that we don't know exactly how and when, but there is an exchange of these type of microorganisms and genetic materials between humans, and most likely either through food or the environment and animals. So moving towards the part on detection and characterization methods, there is now the clear conclusion after looking at all the data that there is not a single culture-based method that allows detection of all the CPEs in a sample. And also, we don't have no non-culture independent method that has been thoroughly evaluated. So what this means is that the method we have in use is a good compromise. I think it offers a good compromise between sensitivity and specificity. But what is also clear in our minds now, looking at the most recent data, is that depending on your own epidemiological situation and the type of carbapenemase that you have in your country or in your area, you have to slightly adapt the protocols if you want to be increasing your sensitivity and having a better idea of what's going on. As I mentioned before, the methods used by the official labs consist on a non-selective pre-enrichment followed by isolation on selective media, and this is a good compromise. In some countries, people are using protocols slightly different, using selective enrichment and then PCR or metagenomic approaches to try to detect with higher sensitivity, but this is not the mainstream method, and it has not been really uptaken by all. And then looking at the latest statistics we have from our surveys, at least 24 of the EU EFTA countries have capacity now to do whole genome sequencing in general. So I think that's good news, because I think that is where the future is coming. Then, on contingency plans and control measures, we didn't do any assessment of the efficacy of those, but we only did, to be ready for the future, a survey on what's going on, what is happening in these countries. Because in most cases, the legal bases to act are not there. So this depends very much on the willingness of the specific member states to do something. And our data shows that 10 out of 30 EU EFTA countries have a specific contingency plans for CPE control. Of those countries, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and Spain already have reported CPEs, while some countries are more proactive, like Denmark, Finland, Lithuania, and Malta, and they have the plans even if they have not yet found or reported any CPEs. And as I mentioned, those that do not have contingency plans, this is for different reasons. And these are the replies we got. Either it's not a major concern for them, there are no legal basis. This is a very common reason for not having it. They have not been able to identify any specific efficient control or mitigation measure. They can only implement general ones, sometimes because of economic constraints. And amongst those measures which are there implemented, there are, as you see here in this figure to the right, different things countries are doing, from identifying and isolation of carriers pre-harvest to implementation of having better biosecurity in the farm, in the transport, and in the lairage when they arrive to the abattoirs, implementation of hygiene measures in the food chain, and sometimes destroying or treating the products that come from positive farms. Also, measures around the reduction or restriction of the use of antimicrobials. And in most cases, this is a non-targeted kind of policy in general to reduce the overall use of antimicrobials. In some other cases, it's more targeted to specific classes like quinolones, third and fourth generation cephalosporins, etc. And other measures are also linked to the environment, like restrictions on the handling of manure from these farms, or tracing or tracking of the animals and food products from CP positive farms, and also to encourage medical doctors to ask whether patients have any contacts with animals in those areas. So there are a number of things here that people are trying to use, but there is very little info really on the real impact on all these measures in halting the further spread. And what we recommended that still needs to be done is to monitor in a harmonized way additional sources like seafood in aquaculture in particular. Also foods of non-animal origin that according to the literature appear to be an important source. Imports into the EU, this is a bit of a black box for us. We need to do monitoring also of additional bacteria, because most of the monitoring now is for E. coli, but we know that Klebsiella, Enterobacter, Salmonella, and others may be equally important. So we have to make an effort to see what's going on with these other bacterial species, to perform further studies to clarify the transmission with trace-back, trace-forward investigations, and see if we can shed some light on the drivers for spread and the risk factors. And for the detection methods, we have tried to increase sensitivity and to perform and harmonize the characterization of the plasmids, the mobile genetic elements. So we have proposed also different types of studies and research that could be conducted, but I will skip this one now. The important thing for us is that we don't only recommend things, but we practically also help those recommendations to be addressed. And for that, we have recently funded a project that is to collaborate with the member states in particular, and it is a project that will run for a few years on data generation on CPs in food production animals. So we have dedicated 1.5 million for that in a project that has different work packages, basically about refining protocols, performing epi studies in those countries that have already found them, in-depth genetic analysis of the strains, and also comparative genomic analysis between strains from humans and those found in food production animals. So this is the map of our participating countries. It was open to all member states, although not all of them signed to do it, and it's all overall coordinated by DTU Food in Denmark. So we hope that this will start now yielding more specific data, and that will be used also to inform somehow to risk managers about what further questions EFSA could tackle and what changes perhaps in legislation could be implemented. Last but not least, coming to the end of my presentation, we understood also, looking into the environmental compartment, that water seems to be an important vehicle for the transmission of AMR in general. And we also funded this other project called Water Resist, which has just started. It's around the end of the first year. And this is about the role of water used for growing, handling, and processing of fruits, vegetables, and herbs on the spread of AMR. It's a direct contract of about $1 million, and it has the objectives to really optimize methods. There's a huge emphasis here on PCR-based and metagenomic methods, and to see what is specifically the role of reclaimed water, because with the situation in Europe of water scarcity and needing to reuse water, this is an important point. And in the spread, when we use this type of water for irrigation, but also in processing operations. And we will also be, or the contractors will also be looking at potential differences in the spread of AMR after treating the water using different treatments. So this is all rather important data that will also help us to shape policy, because in 2027 we will need to review the way we do the harmonized monitoring. So I think all the info that comes from the Carvarales project and from this project will be important to help us with those decisions. And that takes me to the end, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. So thank you very much.
Many thanks for your excellent talk. We are grateful for your expertise. Please, let's show our appreciation once again with a big round of applause. Our last speaker of this session is Dr. Jorge Mateu from World Health Organization. He's a project officer at the WHO AMR division in Geneva. He has extensive experience in antimicrobial resistance surveillance, integrated One Health initiative, and laboratory capacity building across Latin America and globally. Dr. Alvarez currently coordinates impact initiative and research on AMR, supporting the quadripartite One Health AMR efforts across multiple sectors. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to this event, and thank you the previous presenters, because they are going to help me to present this. Because this is more what we are doing at global level, what is the guidance and tools that we are developing to support countries to implement the national action plans, but basically the work on One Health AMR. So what I'm going to share with you today is the four of the guidelines and tools that we have developed now to support countries on the implementation of national action plans, but it's only four. We have more work on awareness, we have also on investment case, etc. So I'm going to share today the WHO Medical Important Antimicrobial, the last revision of this Medical Important Antimicrobial list, the new quadripartite One Health Integrated Surveillance Guidance, the One Health Priority Research Agenda, and the quadripartite One Health Legislative Assessment Tool. So just to review a bit the definition of One Health, I would like just to highlight some of the important points here, because the previous presenters made some comments about the challenges that we have. So One Health is an integrated, unifying approach. It's recognized that health of humans, animals, plants, and the environment are closely linked and interdependent. So this is important to show that we should work together, the different sectors. And the approach mobilizes multiple sectors, disciplines, communities to work together. And this is the main challenge that we have, how to put together the different sectors and work on this big problem that we have with antimicrobial resistance. But we need to work together to contribute into the sustainable development and to combat AMR. So this is a nice picture, but it's showing where the antimicrobials are used in the different sectors, in the human health and animal health, and of course they are important for the different sectors, but also in aquaculture, but they are in plants, but they are affecting also and impacting the environment. We already saw some pictures there or information and findings that they have with carbapenems resistant, the previous speaker. And then we have the bacteria. This is the complex thing of AMR because it's not just one pathogen or one microorganism, different bacteria. So we have in the last WHO bacteria priority pathogen list launched last year, we have the pathogens that are involved in the different sectors. So we have Salmonella, we have Campylobacter, Escherichia coli, Enterococcus, and Staph aureus. Salmonella, Enterococcus, and Staph are considered, and they are part of the high group. But E. coli and the other Enterobacterales are considered in the critical group. What this means is that these pathogens are the most important and critical pathogens causing the most of the serious infections in humans. But in the previous presentation, it was mentioned the ESBL producing Enterobacterales, and this is in the critical group, and also carbapenem resistant Enterobacterales, which is the last resort. The last resort of antimicrobials for use for human disease, serious infections are carbapenems. And the previous speaker said carbapenems are found now in the animal sector. And carbapenems are not used in the animal sector. So this is really serious. That's why the importance about these findings. But then the use of antimicrobial, we have a group of antimicrobials only used in human health, the case of carbapenems. We have antimicrobials that are used in the different sectors in human and animals, and antimicrobials that are only used in animals. And that's why we, this is the Global Action Plan with the 5 strategic objectives. And this is now on the revision based on, is one of the political commitments on the UNGA 2024. And we have the 5 strategic objectives. I'm going to cover what we are doing in 3 of them on strengthening knowledge and evidence through research and surveillance, optimize the use of antimicrobials, and ensure sustainable investment. Just to explain a bit more, what is quadripartite? What is the quadripartite? So quadripartite is the sectors that are involved in the international organizations that are involved to work together to guide countries in combat AMR. So the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the mandate is on agriculture. The UN Environment Program is, the mandate is on the environment. The WHO is human health. And the World Organization for Animal Health is animal health. So this is the quadripartite. We are working on One Health, not only AMR, for all the topics related with One Health. Here, I'm going to just to share what we have on AMR. We established this quadripartite joint secretariat in 2019, supporting the global promotion, governance, and coordination and monitoring of quadripartite strategic plans. Then we have these political frameworks that was the base to develop all these tools and guidance that I'm going to share, the Global Action Plan, the Interagency Coordinating Group report in 2019, the Quadripartite Strategic Framework launched in 2022, and the One Health Joint Plan of Action, which one of the action tracks is on AMR. But another action track is on food safety, where we also need to work a lot. And then we have the 44 commitments that were included in this political declaration of UNGA 2024. And then we have these 4 tools and guidance. They respond to the WHO Medical Important Antimicrobial List, which is supporting the responsible use in non-human sectors, the One Health AMR research with this research agenda, the One Health AMR legislation, which is the quadripartite guidance on legislative assessment, and the One Health integrated surveillance. Let's see what is the situation about for countries to establish the multi-sectoral working group. That is the group which is including the different sectors involved to manage the One Health AMR. We have, of course, 159 countries have established these groups, but they are still, if you see the colors there, is from red, which is no establishment of this multisectoral working group, to the green, dark green, which is the best case, the ideal scenario for countries to work on One Health AMR. So we are still with many countries in the stage B, which they establish the system, but the mechanism, but they need to work together in strategic plans and implement. As Jap mentioned, what we need is to work on implementation. There are a lot of documents, but we need to support the implementation in countries. Let's go and talk with the medical important antimicrobial list. It's the same that I mentioned before, but here I just want to mention that, again, what we just saw in the previous presentation is the resistance of carbapenems in Enterobacterales. And then this is the last resort of antimicrobial for human health. If we are seeing this transmission between animals and humans, that is really complicated. And also because we saw that E. coli is the best example, the best microorganism to see how it's moving through the different sectors, but if we talk about food safety, we have Salmonella, and Salmonella was one of the microorganisms that was presented before, Salmonella infantis with resistance to carbapenems. This is really a critical case because we are seeing already carbapenem-resistant Salmonella. This WHO medical important antimicrobial list is supporting the 4 strategic objectives of the Global Action Plan to optimize the use of antimicrobial medicines in humans and animals. The purpose is to ensure that all antimicrobials, especially medical important antimicrobials, are used prudently in all sectors, to help regulators and stakeholders know which antimicrobial used in animals present higher risk to humans, and target audience here is national regulators, all professional prescribing antimicrobials, national AMR steering or coordinating committees, and other groups that are related with the use of antimicrobials. Basically here, in the new revision, we have 3 groups. One is separated now because this group of antimicrobials are only used in humans. So we separated because we don't have any risk if countries are not using in animal health that these antimicrobials are preserved only for human health. Then we have the group of antimicrobials that are used in both in animals and humans, and then we use 2 criteria and 2 prioritization factors to identify those that are considered the highest priority critical important antimicrobials, the critical important antimicrobials, the highly important antimicrobials, and the importance. And the third group is not medically important antimicrobial because they are antimicrobials only used in animals. From this, you can see that even it was mentioned carbapenems. We have here in the last revision, the new WHO MIA, that the highest priority critical antimicrobials are cephalosporins, which is 3rd and 4th generation cephalosporins. We are not talking about carbapenems here because they are not used in animals. So in that case, they are in the group of humans. But again, are the last resort to treat serious infections. So it's interesting to see this resistance that was presented before. Then we have fluoroquinolones and polymyxins, and then macrolides from the last revision, macrolides were moved to only critical important antimicrobials because they are not representing at this stage a risk for human health. Then glycopeptides were moved to human health only use because these antimicrobials are not used in animals. And then you see also in the first presentation was presented aminoglycosides, which are critical important antimicrobials, but you have a resistance in E. coli in both in human and animals based on what was presented before. What is the use of this list is to prioritize risk management strategies. This list is linked with the codex text to be used in developing policies and guidelines on the use of responsible use of antimicrobials to guide approaches to reduce and restrict the use of antimicrobials, basically to ban the use of antimicrobials for growth promotion, and the inclusion of these antimicrobials in the surveillance systems. This is the global picture about the status of countries who have legislation on the use of antimicrobials for growth promotion. And you can see that there are still many countries with no legislation on that. But this is what also JAB presented with in the last report, 24% of the countries reporting to the WOAS report, the Animius report, they are showing 24% of the countries are still using antimicrobials for growth promotion. But most critical here is that you can see that the antimicrobials that are used are in the group of highest priority critical important antimicrobials, which is the last resort to treat serious infections in humans. So this is something that we need to address, and countries should work more to reduce the use of these antimicrobials as growth promoters. Let's move to the surveillance. We have 2 commitments on integrated surveillance in the UNGA. I'm not going to go into detail because I don't have time. This is also the picture, the global picture about the implementation of integrated surveillance of AMR and AMU. You can see that a lot of countries still are working to implement this integrated surveillance. But the other question here is, when they answer yes, what exactly is integrated surveillance? Is it based in 2 sectors, 3 sectors, or all sectors involved on one health AMR? This is what we are doing in the 4 organizations. We have GLASS, which is the AMR in the human health sector, InFarm, which is the FAO platform to collect data on AMR in animals and AMU in plants, Animus, which is, has been mentioned, collecting data on use of antimicrobials in animal health, and UNEP is working on antimicrobials in the environment. And this is also the new tools, the quadripartite tool on integrated surveillance is based on these documents. JAP mentioned, yeah, we have a lot of documents, but we need to implement the documents at country level. So this is from WHO, IGSR. Then Codex, we have also WOA, terrestrial and aquatic codes, the FAO InFarm, and the tricycle, which is the protocol who is focused only on one indicator, AMR indicator, and the 3 different sectors is the protocol, the first protocol that is included in AMR in the environment, and has been useful for many countries, especially low and middle income countries, because it's easy and cheap to implement. So this is allowing countries with a few resources to implement an integrated surveillance system. Then this quadripartite guidance is including the type of integrated surveillance system, data collection needs, laboratory and epidemiological requirements, an option for the integration in from the different sectors. This is just a quick example. What is the approach that countries can take to establish this system? Can be a system that is all sectors are collaborating and working together to implement this integrated surveillance, or the country decide to establish a national entity who is collecting the data from the different sectors and making this integrated surveillance. Then, how is the status of the system in countries? There are different stages at this moment in countries. There are countries that already have surveillance system per sector in the human and animals and food, and they can start from that approach and establish the integrated surveillance system. The model 2 is when they start from 0, where, for example, the tricycle, which is the first step to establish the integrated surveillance system based on one indicator, but they can growth and increase the capacity to move to another pathogens and other approaches. This is the stages that we establish how the country can establish this system. Of course, maybe for Korea it's not the case because you already have a system, but in many low and middle income countries, this first analysis should be done. What is the situation in the country to establish this integrated surveillance system? And then how the different steps to finally go with the integrated analysis, interpretation, reporting, and monitoring and evaluation. But of course, the success of this integrated surveillance depends on synergistic alignment of existing resource surveillance infrastructure, governance, legislative national health priorities and resources. And then also the quadripartite is working now in GISA, which is the Global Integrated Surveillance System on AMR and AMU. And this platform is going to collect the data that countries are sharing in each of the platforms that we have, and this platform can show the result of the different AMR pathogens that can be compared at the first stage, but the idea is to develop a system that countries can use for integrated surveillance. The One Health Priority Research Agenda is another of the commitments that has been included in the UNGA Declaration. So the quadripartite developed this to identify and prioritize research areas at the interface between One Health sectors, to catalyze interest among researchers and donors, and provide direction for investment. Only 6% of the investment on research has been done on One Health. So a lot of investment on One Health research is needed to move ahead the implementation. The objective of this agenda is to improve our understanding of transmission of AMR, drivers and impact, to strengthen the evidence base for intervention, to advocate for the prioritization of AMR mitigation and informed policymaking. 5 pillars are included in this. This is what we work. So 62 priorities research areas were identified in this research agenda. 13 on transmission, 11 on integrated surveillance, 13 in interventions, 15 on behavioral insight and change, which is an area that is important now, especially for work at human and in the animal sector, and of course economics and policy, when we have 10 research areas that we should work. Just to show, this is the top 10 priority areas that we identify. In the case of transmission, just to mention 2 of them, the impact of infection prevention control practices. Infection prevention control is more used in the human health sector, but as Jab mentioned, biosecurity in the animal sector is the same, on the development and circulation of AMR in One Health sectors, and also the impact of transmission across the different sectors, especially in conditions relevant to low and middle income countries. And last, exactly 1 minute. If we are implementing this, and this was one of the answers of the survey that the colleague previous presented, said that because there were no legal basis to work on that. So if countries are implementing all this technical work, we also need to address legislation. And this is what is this quadripartite One Health legislative assessment tool. To assess national legislation relevant for AMR, to identify gaps and opportunities for reform, facilitating an understanding of sector-specific needs, and contribute to AMR governance arrangements that are underpinned by One Health approach. It's not a guidance document, it's just to identify the gaps, and the countries can work to include this, to address these gaps in the current legislation. It was piloted in 3 countries. We also did regional workshops. And what you are going to find in these 7 chapters on institutional framework, human health, food safety, veterinary legislation, pesticides, plant health, and environment. This is some of the questions, but I can provide the document. It's already published. So thank you very much. There are, again, all these sessions is showing that, yes, there are a lot of tools and guidance, but we need to support countries in the implementation. And we need to join efforts in the different sectors to collaborate together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Please join me in giving another big round of applause. We now have 10 minutes for questions and discussion. Please come front and have a seat. Because of time restriction, I'll skip summaries of their talks. First of all, thank you very much to all three speakers for their excellent presentations. Since we already have 3 questions from the online chat, so I'll open the floor just 1 or 2 questions. Please raise your hands and just briefly, please.
Thank you very much, speakers. I'm Myung-Shin Che, Codex Secretariat. Thank you for your great presentations. Yes, globally, WHO, FAO, and other international organizations has developed many tools to contain foodborne AMR, but implementation matters. When we developed Codex standards on AMR and we did a survey, and we found the level of implementation was very low. So FAO has developed a project to support the country's implementation of Codex standards. Thanks to the Korean government, I want to say thank you for Korea's support. And we did work with the 6 countries, 4 in Asia, Cambodia, Mongolia, Nepal, and Pakistan. Tomorrow, our colleagues from Nepal will introduce their experience with ACT project. And FAO also developed a video will be presented during the coffee break. So what we learned is that it is, although we developed many tools, but at the country level, it is very difficult to implement because tools are very high level. So we have to interpret languages for them to use, which needs a lot of effort, a lot of resources, and a lot of time. Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks for your remark. I'm fully aware of the ACT project, so from Nepal, and I've been in Mongolia for the ACT project, and it's really great to see what your country has done, or the Codex Secretariat, for the implementation, because that was the lacking part. So, and now we have representatives here from Nepal, where they have done overwhelming amount of work in this project, and with really great results. So I think that's really something special, that the ACT project with the outcomes. Yes.
Can I compliment? Just because, congratulations for the project. I know about the project, and it really has been a very good opportunity for those countries implementing ACT, because they have strengthened all the capacities on these Codex standards. Now, what we are also helping these countries is the human health side, because in ACT is more in the animal sector, in the food sector, right? But in the case to complement what is in countries is what exactly is the value that is going to be translated based on this work that is being done. So in the case of these countries at human level, we need to also support what exactly is the situation of foodborne diseases, which will complement what exactly is the other sector doing. So we are also approaching those countries to see how we can work. Of course, it's challenging, but it's part to complement the work that is being done. Thank you.
Yeah. It's my turn? Okay. So thank you very much, speakers. My name is Alejandro. For the audience, Animal Health Officer in Food and Agriculture Organization. So just wanted to ask a question to the 3 of you. And it's related also to the question that Jaap was posing at the end of his presentation. Because during the three presentations, we've been seeing that there is a difference between the use of different techniques, especially in high-income context. We see through the presentation of EFSA, there is a high use of molecular techniques, specifically needed for carbapenem resistance. We also see a difference between human and animal sector. Especially in the animal sector, there is a lack of oversight. There is also a lack of access to these diagnostic methods, actually, for clinical cases in animals. So my question is more related also to what is actually the role in the current, if you have any reflections, so what is the role of high-income countries, and especially countries like we are now in Korea. This is one of the countries that is being a model for the region, for the whole region. Also funding one of the biggest projects that we have currently in the organization, also supporting surveillance initiatives. So my question is, what is the role of the European Union, of Korea, of high-income countries doing surveillance programs over multiple years in empowering this change in low and middle-income countries? And also coming to the question of Jaap, what would be the role of these high-income countries, but also related to that is, if we need to focus, looking ahead, if we need to focus on a specific stakeholder. Because many of the changes that have been happening in high-income countries have been coming through the pressure of consumers. So my question is, how are we going to ensure this positive change in low middle-income countries where there is a global context in which we are seeing that there is a vacuum of funds also for international development? So it's a difficult question with many ramifications, but I don't know if you have some reflections on that, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Maybe Ernesto, can you start? Spokesman of the European Commission.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so thank you, Alejandro, for the question. As you said, it's a very complex mix of topics here. What I can say is that, of course, based on what you heard in my presentation, if you want to do minimal or meaningful epidemiology on antimicrobial resistance, especially in some of these complicated circumstances, you need molecular data. There is really not escape from that. You need to understand the mobile genetic element environment. Sometimes the phenotype may be due to a plethora of different combinations of phenotypes, so it becomes very complex. And yes, we know that this is time-consuming, expensive, and it needs capacity building. So there is really not any other way, in my view, than helping others. So you need to have the front runners giving a hand, and we've seen that in Europe, and that is mainly done through reference centers, through reference laboratories that can give this helping hand to others. Just as an example, I think the European Union has been very active over the years in different programs for capacity building in different parts of the world. I know, for example, now we will start putting a special emphasis in Africa, and there will be the creation, at least of an African centers for disease and control and prevention. And within those, there will be a certain amount of money, which is substantial, on training programs to help these countries to get up to speed or to be able to perform this type of analysis. So I'm afraid the only way out I can see is through collaboration and thinking that it is not only a problem of a given geographical location, but we said it many times, it's a global problem. And it's in the same way Korea has been helping Codex very actively over many, many years. I think it is everybody's responsibility in the high-income countries to help the activities of others, perhaps less privileged. Thank you.
I'm sorry, for more questions from the floor, please talk to the speaker after the session individually. Dr. Yap, I'll give you just as it is, excellent presentation, Prof. Yap. Could you throw some light on the economic impacts of antimicrobial applications? Did you get it?
Yeah, about the economic implications. Yeah, I think if the question is to say something about that. I think it's extremely important to show to farmers what the consequences on the farm are of antimicrobial resistance. Because if they realize that it has an negative economic impact on their farm, they will probably act. But if these data are not available, then it will be hard. There is a project also funded by, I think was also partly by Fleming, run by Jonathan Ruston. Jonathan Ruston is, I think, one of the best agricultural economists in the world, and he's leading that global burden of infectious diseases in animals, animal infectious diseases, and one of the parts there is also on AMR, and I think that is extremely important to get that highlighted.
One more for Dr. Yap. I'm from Bangladesh, so far learned from presentation, particularly from Indonesia study. I feel the similar situation in our country. We are struggling to stop the over-counter medicine selling due to the similar reasons. Do you have found any effective interventions in such context that can improve the responsible use of antimicrobials in food-producing animals? Thanks. Soel.
Thank you. The short answer is no. I cannot give clear suggestions for interventions, except for when there is really a governmental decision not to use, for example, colistin, like it's done in Indonesia. But then it's really on legislation and enforcement of the legislation. That I've not included it in my presentation, but nowadays legislation and inspection become even more complicated, that some antimicrobials are not only get from the agro-vet shop, but are ordered online. So that's an additional complication that comes in now, that some countries get their antimicrobials from other countries over the. So that's an additional complication. But as far as I know, there are very, very few projects that are successful in reducing the antimicrobial use. And for example, there was a project in Vietnam, what initially looked very promising, but then over, I think, 2 years' time, they looked back, and then there was almost no effect of the interventions. And I think that is, I think that ICAS, in an organization from Denmark, who is implementing a lot of implementation projects, and several of them are ending now. So I'm really looking forward for their projects to see the outcome. And I like to mention that organization because they are really at the implementation level of the now of all the guidelines, and see what can be done in countries.
Thank you. And the one is for Dr. Rebana. Thanks for comprehensive presentation. Spread of AMR through water pertains to intra-country aquatic resources or transnational aquatic resources too. That's all. Thanks for Thanks for comprehensive presentation. Spread of AMR through water pertains to intra-country aquatic resources or transnational aquatic resources too. That was the.
Okay, it's not crystal clear to me, but perhaps just to mention that what we are doing around water is what I mentioned, is the role of reclaimed and recycled water that is used in agriculture, and that is within different member states in the EU. that have an important role in as producers of these fresh fruits and vegetables. So this is what we are investigating. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we wrap up, Dr. Matthew, I'd like to give you just 30 seconds to share one key message you'd like the audience to take home from your talk.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. No, definitely, I think that this session just shows the evidence that we have to increase all the activities in this multi-sectoral approach and address the One Health aspect. I think that Jaap was clear about what is, if we have enough to implement national action plans. I think that sustainability is a lot of, is the word that we also need to include here and try to establish this collaboration that also Ernesto mentioned. The best example that we have most of the time are coming from high-income countries. But in the case of integrated activities, they are also now trying to include other sectors out of the sectors involved in food safety. So the case is that we need to establish this collaboration. I agree on that, and we have worked a lot on this collaboration. The collaboration can be established. It's really critical, is showing the value that Ernesto mentioned about the molecular results. Definitely is an excellent tool, but it's really early stages for countries to implement that because the system is not in place. What we need to do, and we have done some projects in the past, is this collaboration between high-income countries and low and middle-income countries to help with the first phase, which is the simple to do phenotypic analysis, and then the isolates can be analyzed by other technologies in high-income countries. That has been a really nice collaboration that we need to explore and work more with the different countries. So there are a lot of work to do, but this is important for us to see that the antimicrobial resistance cannot wait. We need to work and we need to collaborate together in the different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you for those important final thoughts. This concludes our Q&A and discussion for session 1. Please join me once more in thanking our 3 excellent speakers for their valuable insights. Also, many thanks to the audience for your participation. We have a break and poster session for about 20 minutes. Please enjoy the remaining session. Thank you.
저희 두 번째 세션에 앞서서 한 약 20분 정도
Before the second session, we will have 20-minute break. In front of the conference hall, there is an e-poster session, and you can also access to the e-poster and the booklet. And the last housekeeping announcement, we have the survey for this conference. We would like to gather your valuable opinion to prepare the better conference in the future. The second session will begin in 4:40.
Session will begin at 4:40 p.m. as originally scheduled. Thank you.
We study food. Because that is the people's health. We study drugs. Because that is the people's safety. We study cosmetics. because that is the people's happiness. In order to ensure that your daily life is safe and happy, our love for you is realized through innovative science. Science of love for our people. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The bigger our love, the stricter we become. As an agency that faithfully performs its duties given by the people, everything that our people use, from food and drugs to quasi-drugs and medical devices, to health-functional food, cosmetics, and sanitary products, reflects our thoroughness. In order to keep our food table safe from adulterated foods, germs and viruses, and hazardous chemical substances, we manage the safety of food ingredients according to systematic standards, conduct on-site inspections of manufacturers, and thoroughly manage the customs process for imported food to block harmful elements in the first place. Through the Hazardous Food Sales Prevention System, we also respond immediately to safety accidents after distribution. As the country's food and drug safety control tower, we make South Korea a nation that puts people's safety first. The more we care, the more we listen. As we are well aware that our efforts have no meaning without the people's trust, we transparently disclose the safety management information of food and drugs to the public. We also make efforts to improve school meals for our children, take the lead in educating people on proper eating habits, and establish a social safety net based on communication through adverse drug reaction relief system. In addition, we operate the Korea Orphan and Essential Drug Center to swiftly provide crucial medicines to people and prevent drug abuse through systematic management of medical narcotic drugs, in an effort to create a reliable society and a safe nation. Our loving mind is growing into love for the world. We foresee the trends of advanced science and technology and implement food and drug policy on par with the development level of South Korea. With smart approval evaluation and an advanced management system at international levels, we drive the innovative growth of the drug and medical device industries. In addition, we provide technical support for all cycles of the bio-industry, which is at the heart of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. From clinical trials to approval for sale, as well as present international standards through scientific R&D to contribute to technological development for food and drug safety. Our relentless efforts are making South Korea one of the world's 5 powerhouses in the food and drug field. Relief beyond safety. Trust beyond relief. Happiness to the people. Vitality to the industries. We will increase the value of our country. We will prove our love for you by realizing the happiness of the people. Science of love for our people. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety.
The MFDS is the organization under the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety to support scientific and technological endeavors for food and drug safety management policies. In recent years, our society has undergone significant changes, including the development of advanced science and technology, such as artificial intelligence and digital technology, and the rapid growth of the biohealth industry. In order to respond to these changes, the MFDS promotes risk assessment, regulatory review, test and analysis, national research and development, based on advanced research facilities, equipment, and experts. With risk assessment, we evaluate the effects of hazards such as heavy metals and benzopyrene on humans when using products for human use and provide safety controls to prevent these hazards. Our review process aims to support life cycle management of safety from development to use to ensure that safe and effective medicinal products, medical devices, functional cosmetics, and dietary supplements are brought to the market. The purpose of test and analysis is to identify the quality of vaccines before distribution and ensures public safety by inspecting illegal foods and medical products. Our institute proactively responds to changes in the social environment and innovative technologies and conducts research and development according to the Food and Drug Safety Management Policy. In addition, we support training of regulatory science experts in food and medical product sectors and successful commercialization of innovative products by providing advice on strategies from R&D to manufacturing for innovative growth of the biohealth industry. In addition, NIFDS has been playing a key role while working with many international organizations, including WHO, FDA, OECD, and building a global level of professional capabilities for reviewing. A healthy life starts with safety. As the national institution leading the regulatory science for foods, medicinal products, and medical devices, we will strive to become one of the best food and drug safety regulation agencies for public health and safety.
그날은 역사 속 사건이 아니다. 두려움 앞에 멈추지 않는 태도이며 포기하지 않고 나아가려는 마음이다. 그것이 지금 우리의 자세이고 모두가 기억해야 할 광복이다. 두려움에 맞서는 포기하지 않는 용기. 광복 80년. 과거가 아닌 내일을 여는 희망찬 시작. 빛나는 발걸음. 새로운 길. 광복 80년.
We study food. Because that is the people's health. We study drugs. Because that is the people's safety. We study cosmetics. Because that is the people's happiness. In order to ensure that your daily life is safe and happy, our love for you is realized through innovative science. Science of love for our people, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The bigger our love, the stricter we become. As an agency that faithfully performs its duties given by the people, everything that our people use, from food and drugs to quasi-drugs and medical devices, to health-functional food, cosmetics, and sanitary products, reflects our thoroughness. In order to keep our food table safe from adulterated foods, germs and viruses, and hazardous chemical substances, we manage the safety of food ingredients according to systematic standards, conduct on-site inspections of manufacturers, and thoroughly manage the customs process for imported food to block harmful elements in the first place. Through the hazardous food sales prevention system, we also respond immediately to safety accidents after distribution. As the country's food and drug safety control tower, we make South Korea a nation that puts people's safety first. The more we care, the more we listen. As we are well aware that our efforts have no meaning without the people's trust, we transparently disclose the safety management information of food and drugs to the public. We also make efforts to improve school meals for our children, take the lead in educating people on proper eating habits, and establish a social safety net based on communication through adverse drug reaction relief system. In addition, we operate the Korea Orphan and Essential Drug Center to swiftly provide crucial medicines to people and prevent drug abuse through systematic management of medical narcotic drugs, in an effort to create a reliable society and a safe nation. Our loving mind is growing into love for the world. We foresee the trends of advanced science and technology and implement food and drug policy on par with the development level of South Korea. With smart approval evaluation and an advanced management system at international levels, we drive the innovative growth of the drug and medical device industries. In addition, we provide technical support for all cycles of the bio-industry, which is at the heart of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. From clinical trials to approval for sale, as well as present international standards through scientific R&D to contribute to technological development for food and drug safety. Our relentless efforts are making South Korea one of the world's 5 powerhouses in the food and drug field. Relief beyond safety. Trust beyond relief. Happiness to the people. Vitality to the industries. We will increase the value of our country. We will prove our love for you by realizing the happiness of the people. Science of Love for Our People. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety.
The MFDS is the organization under the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety to support scientific and technological endeavors for food and drug safety management policies. In recent years, our society has undergone significant changes, including the development of advanced science and technology, such as artificial intelligence and digital technology, and the rapid growth of the biohealth industry. In order to respond to these changes, the MFDS promotes risk assessment, regulatory review, test and analysis, national research and development based on advanced research facilities, equipment, and experts. With risk assessment, we evaluate the effects of hazards such as heavy metals and benzopyrene on humans when using products for human use and provide safety controls to prevent these hazards. Our review process aims to support life cycle management of safety from development to use to ensure that safe and effective medicinal products, medical devices, functional cosmetics, and dietary supplements are brought to the market. The purpose of test and analysis is to identify the quality of vaccines before distribution and ensures public safety by inspecting illegal foods and medical products. Our institute proactively responds to changes in the social environment and innovative technologies and conducts research and development according to the Food and Drug Safety Management Policy. In addition, we support training of regulatory science experts in food and medical product sectors and successful commercialization of innovative products by providing advice on strategies from R&D to manufacturing for innovative growth of the biohealth industry. In addition, NIFDS has been playing a key role while working with many international organizations, including WHO, FDA, OECD, and building a global level of professional capabilities for reviewing. A healthy life starts with safety. As the national institution leading the regulatory science for foods, medicinal products, and medical devices, we will strive to become one of the best food and drug safety regulation agencies for public health and safety.
그날은 역사 속 사건이 아니다. 두려움 앞에 멈추지 않는 태도이며 포기하지 않고 나아가려는 마음이다. 그것이 지금 우리의 자세이고 모두가 기억해야 할 광복이다. 두려움에 맞서는 포기하지 않는 용기. 광복 80년. 과거가 아닌 내일을 여는 희망찬 시작. 빛나는 발걸음. 새로운 길. 광복 80년.
We study food. Because that is the people's health. We study drugs. Because that is the people's safety. We study cosmetics. Because that is the people's happiness. In order to ensure that your daily life is safe and happy, our love for you is realized through innovative science. Science of love for our people, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The bigger our love, the stricter we become. As an agency that faithfully performs its duties given by the people, everything that our people use, from food and drugs to quasi-drugs and medical devices, to health-functional food, cosmetics, and sanitary products, reflects our thoroughness. In order to keep our food table safe from adulterated foods, germs and viruses, and hazardous chemical substances, we manage the safety of food ingredients according to systematic standards, conduct on-site inspections of manufacturers, and thoroughly manage the customs process for imported food to block harmful elements in the first place. Through the hazardous food sales prevention system, we also respond immediately to safety accidents after distribution. As the
안내
country's food and drug
말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? Soon we'll begin the second session. Distinguished participants, please be seated.
Please, the second session will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. Thank you.
The people's trust. We transparently disclose the safety management information of food and drugs to the public. We also make efforts to improve school meals for our children, take the lead in educating people on proper eating habits, and establish a social safety net based on communication through adverse drug reaction relief system. In addition, we operate the Korea Orphan and Essential Drug Center to swiftly provide crucial medicines to people and prevent drug abuse through systematic management of medical narcotic drugs in an effort to create a reliable society and a safe nation. Our loving mind is growing into love for the world. We foresee the trends of advanced science and technology and implement food and drug policy on par with the development level of South Korea. With smart approval evaluation and an advanced management system at international levels, we drive the innovative growth of the drug and medical device industries. In addition, we provide technical support for all cycles of the bioindustry, which is at the heart of the fourth industrial.
네,
From now on, we would like to begin the second session. If you are still standing, please be seated. The title of Session 2 is Policies for Appropriate AMU in the Food Supply Chain, and we have 3 presentations. Let me introduce the chairperson for this session. From Gangwon National University, we have Professor Chang Won-yoon, and he is very active in pathology, and he is very active in the academic sector, and he received the Excellent Paper Award. And he is also the member of the expert panel for the antibiotics. And he is also participating as an advisor in a project contributing to policymaking efforts. Please welcome Professor Yoon with a big round of applause.
Thanks for kind introduction. My name is Chang Won-yoon from Gangwon National University. I'm going to serve as the chairperson in the session 2. The topic of session 2 is policies for appropriate antimicrobial use in the food supply chain. We have 3 speakers in this session, 2 from Korea and 1 from Denmark. So let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Jung Sang-hee. Professor Jung has a bachelor's degree and master PhD from Seoul National University, and he trained the postdoctoral fellow at the Kansas University in the United States. Actually, she served as a senior researcher many years in the Animal Plant Agency in Korean government. After her successful career, she moved to the current position at the Hoseo University as a full professor. Her title today is Evaluation of Microbiological Acceptable Daily Intakes of Erythromycin based on its colonization barrier disruption effects on Korean representative intestinal microbiota. Please welcome with your big hands.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to talk about erythromycin and food safety. And this study was sponsored by the MFDS, and previous speakers talked about policies, but I would like to share the research outcome. In particular, there was a speaker from the WHO, and research is one of the 4 parties, and I would like to emphasize the role of research. First of all, in the veterinary area, I would like to talk about the impact of the drugs on human health. Previous speakers talked about the impact of the antibiotics, and when we use this to animal, and if the antibiotics are residual in the food, what would be the impact to the general people? So I would like to talk about the human safety, and I believe you are well aware of the outcome. As you can see here, the use of the veterinary drugs will create the residuals, and due to this, there will be influence and impact. So there will be the change of the environment, and the metabolic condition will be also different, and it will also create the resistance. So with the international organization and the international society, many people are studying on this. And when it comes to the bacteria, there are different species encompassing 300 to 500 species. And when we consider the number, it is almost similar to the number of the human cells. That means there are so many microbiota, and they serve metabolic functions, and they also have influence to the cell growth, and it is also related to the cancer as well, according to many studies. And they also prevent diseases. And when it comes to the resistance, as previous speakers said, from HPCIA to IA, there are multiple categories. And among the antibiotics used for animal, 35 of them are classified in CIA and HPCIA. So when we consume the food with the residual antibiotics, it will also impact to the microbiota. So eventually it will have the impact to the human health. So FAO in 2023 and 2024 studied the impact of the pesticide, and they also studied the microplastics, and they also studied the impact of the veterinary drugs, and they also published the publications related to the impact and the study method. And JFR and the JMPR is in operation, and in the future not only the veterinarian drugs but also pesticide will be studied. We need to set the criteria for the human safety so that we can understand what is the toxicity to the microbiota. Regarding this, now the MFDS understands the importance, and they started the study. And what is important is the characteristics of the microbiota. As you can see here, according to different countries, the composition would be different. The main phyla would be similar. However, when it comes to the bacteria deaths, there is high frequency in Korea and China, but compared to this, we can see low number for Japan and USA. And in Japan, there is a high number of actinobacteria, but in Korea, the number is very low. So there are deviations among countries. Maybe it is because of the genetical condition, and we consume different foods, and we have different lifestyle. That is why the composition of gut microbacteria is different. And even if we have harmonized criteria, the endpoint can be influenced by the microbacteria. So we need to once again question whether the level is appropriate for Korean people. Now in the slide, you can see the top 20 bacteria species for Korean people. For example, the number 1 is Colinacella, and for the general population, there is Bacterius and Bifidobacterium and Clostridium. But according to different people have different species. In Korea, we evaluate the veterinarian drugs according to toxicology. but we need to set the human safety criteria that is suitable for Korean people. And we also need to compare the Korean people with people from other countries. That is the main purpose of this study. So, in order to see the microbiota in Korean people, we have 6 samples. 4 of them are female and 2 of them are male, and they're older than 20 years old. And they do not have any basic diseases, and they are healthy Korean adults. And we collected the feces samples to see the microbiota composition. First, we used MALDI-TOF and the shotgun metagenomics test method to see what are the major species we can find. And as for MALDI-TOF, bacterioids and Bifidobacterium were identified, and the number of genus was very small, but we used the shotgun metagenomic as well. We were able to identify Doria and Eubacterium and other species as well. So the intestinal bacterial microbiota can be these 10 bacteria genera: E. coli, Enterococcus, Lactobacillus, Bacteroides, and Bifidobacterium, and so on. And these are overlapping to other countries' people, but some of them are different from other countries. So these are the major composition. And we also compared with the Japan, USA, EU, and Korea. And as for the veterinarian drugs, we evaluated. So this is kind of recommendation. In Jafra, there are 10 genera, and Doria and Luminococcus are not included. And in EU, they recommend some of the genera, but it is not mandatory. And Enterococcus and Proteo are not the major intestinal microbiota in Korean people. So considering the Korean people's characteristics, we can include Lactobacillus, but when it comes to the Luminococcus and Doria, it can be frequently found from Korean people. So for Korean people, maybe it is frequently found because we consume a lot of vegetables. Moving on, I would like to talk about the impact of residual veterinary drugs on normal intestinal microbiota and the testing method. First, there is an international organization called VICH. And as for the veterinary drugs, this is the flow chart for the testing. This is a guideline. And first, if it is consumed through food, we need to see whether it is impacting to the human gut microbiota. And if it is impacting, then we need to see whether it reaches to the large intestine. If the answer is yes, it will be the last part of the large intestine. We need to see whether the effect can be continued. Most of them will be metabolized, but we need to see whether residuals will reach to the end of the large intestine. If that answer is yes, we need to evaluate the impact of veterinarian drugs. And the first criteria is resistance. And as for the colonization barrier, most of them create the barrier, and we need to see whether the barrier is broken down so that external materials will reside in that large intestine. We need to set the endpoint, and we also need to set the ADI accordingly. So we have two large endpoints: colonization barrier resistance and disruption. And BICH provides the basic guidelines. However, the methodology harmonization is not sufficient. So currently, VICH recommends in vitro study using 6 subjects, and we need to collect 10 samples, and more than 10 colonies should be identified. So in total, there will be more than 600 samples for the testing. That is the recommendation, and we can use the Picasology method, and continuous and semi-continuous culture system can be used so that we can see the changes of the gut microbiota. And we also need to see the test outcome from the mouse and rat. Hemoflora-associated mouse or rat should be aseptic. That is challenging. So it is very difficult to implement in the lab and quite complex. And it is the same with the resistance. We can use in vitro continuous or semi-continuous culture system, or we can also use the humanized mouse expressing human gut microbiota. So this test itself is very complex, and we need to use a lot of microbiota, and we cannot do the test for every antibiotics. So the MFDS decided to see what is the criteria. So as you can see here, we have gentamicin, and the number is 20. At the time, we were not able to use the Korean gut microbiota, so we just borrowed the number from the Jaffa. And even though the number is the same, but we have different data. For example, in EU it is 4, and in the US the number is 60, and in Japan the number is 11, which means the test methodology is not harmonized, or the characteristics are different. And in Korea, we checked the toxicology, and Jaffa, USA, and Europe, they have recommendations, but the numbers are all different. It is the same with the lincomycin, and when it comes to the erythromycin, we didn't do the test. We just used the Jaffa data, and in EU, the number is 5. So there are differences. So we are not sure which number is correct for Korean people. It is the same for tyrosine. In Europe, the number is 6. And in Japan, they did the test for Japanese people, and the recommended number is 5, but Jaffa recommended 30. So if we set the ADI according to the toxicology, since this is a mouse and rat-based test, we can have the same outcome, but when we use the actual human gut, then the outcome can be totally different. So we set the priority, and in Korea, erythromycin is number 1, because from the human feces, we can see the resistance rate is 86.6%. And according to the MOA, it binds with the bacterial ribosome to inhibit protein synthesis. And human clinical importance and veterinarian clinical importance are also very high. So we cannot just prohibit the use of these antibiotics. So MAID is different. In Korea, when we look at the annual usage, the annual usage is more than 11,000 kilograms. We need to consider the annual usage, resistance rate in the human feces, and microbiological ADI should be considered. As a result, priority number 1 is erythromycin, number 2 is tyrosine, 3 is gentamicin, 4 is tilmicocin, and in total there are 8 materials. And for the next 3 years, the MFDS will set the criteria for these materials. So we conducted the test for these 8 materials. So let's take a look at number 1, erythromycin. And I would like to share the outcome of the study. First of all, this is the erythromycin, and we have the back data. And we tested with the 6 healthy adults, and we saw the MIC, and we also saw the gut microbiota. And we also went through the ethics committee. And out of 5 candidates participated, and 1 participant dropped out because the subject had to consume the antibiotics. So we selected these 6 final candidates. And we carried out the study for 24 hours and 48 hours, and we exposed them. And Bifidobacterium was the most sensitive one. Aside from that, there were E. coli and Enterococcus and Bacteroidephis and Eubacterium, Doria. These were not that sensitive. If it is sensitive, it is less than 125. And we calculated the MIC, and the number was 0.438. And we created the reaction. We used the MIC value, and only 1 person showed the reaction. So we concluded that erythromycin can be mixed with gut materials, and the effect will be the same. And we also used the fecal slurry, and we also observed the binding effect. And the lowest dosage was 0.05, because recommended ADI can be consumed by food, and we calculated how much can be exposed by feces, and the outcome was 0.05 microgram. So it will create the binding, and it will create the impact to the gut microbiota. And according to the confirmation, the outcome was 0.67. So half of them will be disappearing, and half of them will have the impact. Eventually, we added ADI, and for Korean people, the microbiological AOD is 0.5, and JECFA is 0.7, and EU, the recommended number is 5. because Jekfa used only sensitive one microbiota. So if they use the same method we used this time, the number will be 0.7. And in EU, the number is 5. So according to our study, MADIA for erythromycin is 5.4. This is the conclusion. We confirmed the safety criteria, and the safety criteria should be set on a country basis. And the 10 genera should include E. coli to Doria. And as for erythromycin, we saw the usage and the change of the activity in the gut. And we also tested with the 600 genera, and the final outcome was 5.4. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for sharing experimental result related with how to determine the microbiological ADI concentration for Korean people. Okay, so we are gonna have a Q&A time at the end of after finishing all three speakers' presentation. Okay, so give your big hand to Professor Zhang. Okay. Okay, our second speaker, who is the Dr. Frederik Fabricius from Denmark. This is online, the Zoom presentation. Let me introduce him. So he has a 2 bachelor's degree. One is in biology with a specialty in ecology and physiology, and another one in veterinary medicine. Also, he has the master's degree in veterinary medicine. Currently, he working at as a veterinary officer at the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration. He's gonna give us a talk. Is the Danish policies and initiative on veterinary antimicrobial use. Please welcome the Frederik Fabricius with your big hands. So, are you ready?
Yes, if you can hear me, I'm ready.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the South Korean Ministry of Food and Drug Safety for reaching out to my government to come here today and talk a little bit about what we do in Denmark. It's always a pleasure for us to talk about what we do regarding antimicrobial use and resistance. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but at least I'm here over Zoom. And I asked the GFCA Secretariat about what would be of interest for this conference. And this is pretty much what they asked me to talk about. And without going through the agenda, I think we'll just dive right in so we don't waste time. So if we look at the Danish policy on antimicrobial resistance in general terms, we have a national One Health strategy against antibiotic resistance from 2017. So not a new document, but based on this document, we make action plans for each specific sector on how to tackle antimicrobial resistance, both in the animal health side and in the food, and also on the human health side. And if we look at the main aims in our strategy is that we want to reduce the crude usage of antimicrobials. We want to reduce the use of the antimicrobial classes that are important to treat humans, to ensure effective treatment for humans. And we want to surveil antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance. And the Danish model is that this is not just done by the public sector, it's also done with the private sector as well, but they contribute in different ways to how we manage things, and in some cases also are at the forefront of how to tackle these things. If we look at the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration's risk management strategy regarding AMR, well, we want to maintain a favorable, meaning a low level of resistance in Denmark in animals and foodstuff. We want to work evidence and science-based, and as such, much of the risk analysis in Denmark, not just in the veterinary sector, but also the human health sector, is done in academia, and then it's up to the public side, in our case, the Danish Veterinary Food Administration, to then risk manage based on the advice we get from academia. In Denmark, we have we also want to contribute to reduction of resistant bacteria in food globally, not just through the products that we export, for how we produce, but also we have different projects around the world, so strategic sector corporations, where we go out with partnering countries and try to help them how to tackle the problems that they have in their countries based on the experiences that we have made in Denmark and how we do things. In Denmark, we have a heavy focus on disease prevention and control because healthy animals, well, they don't get as many infections, and as such, the need for antimicrobials will go down. Some of the essential criteria for the success we have in Denmark is that we have a high degree of data quality. We collect a lot of data, and from all knowledge, imperial knowledge, that data is of high quality, and we have a strong collaboration with the industry to reach our goals regarding AMR. When it comes to our monitoring, we look at the resistance and use in One Health perspective through our DANMAP initiative. DANMAP is an abbreviation for the Danish Integrated Antimicrobial Resistance Monitoring and Research Program. Bit of a mouthful, so that's why we call it DANMAP. And DANMAP is an annual report that is released around Antimicrobial Awareness Week. And its main purpose is to give science-based insights into the interconnectivityness between antimicrobial consumption and resistance, and looking at it both from the human health side and the veterinary side. And in this report, any findings of resistance in the animal veterinary side is also explored to how is that linked to any of the resistance findings that is found on the human health side. To the right, you'll see a schematic of the different data entries into DANMAP, or the data that goes into making a DANMAP. And at the DVFA, we collect data on antimicrobial consumption, antimicrobial use, through the VetStat database, which I am mainly responsible for running and maintaining along with some of my colleagues. And I could do a whole presentation only on this topic. So very briefly, just to tell you about VetStat, because it's a very essential part of how we manage prudent use in Denmark. So this is just a very big short schematic of how VetStat is constructed. So VetStat receives reportings from feed mills, pharmacies, and veterinarians. Anytime a pharmacy sells a medicinal product for use in animals, that data gets transferred automatically into VetStat, along with some information on what is the medicine being used for, if it's being handed out to the end user, meaning the animal owner, or if it's handed out to the veterinarians for their use in practice, then we also get that information, but no information on what is being used for. Then the feed mills and veterinarians, they are obliged to report into VetStat on a monthly basis of what they have been using in regards to prescription medicine for production animals. So anytime they use it for production animals, they have to tell us for which species and which herd. So we have that data in VetStat. And VetStat has a lot of different strategic uses. It's a lot of the basis for the initiatives and legislations, as well as controls on farms, because we have this system called the Central Husbandry Registry in Denmark, which is basically a register of all herds and owners in Denmark, animal owners in Denmark of production animals. And for each of those herds, we can actually make pretty detailed statements on what is being used. So here you see this is a graph from VetStat that shows how much is being used in terms of doses, standardized doses, at a given farm in Denmark for a specific age group. We also use the data to monitor veterinary use of prescription medicine. I told you about DANMAP, but we also use it in all the different ways as well to monitor use. For instance, misuse or use of antimicrobials that's reserved for use in humans only. We use the data in VetStat for that. And then we also use it for research and the reports, for international reports. So the reporting we do to WOA, that is based on the data we collect in VetStat. And like I write here, it's the basis for the initiatives and the legislation. So anytime we do initiatives, we use a lot of data to do the analysis prior to that, to implementing the initiatives. And when we do new legislation, we also use that data as well. And just to give you a sense of, well, what is it we're focused on? So this is a graph from the most recent Denmark report. It shows the distribution of live biomass in Denmark, so how much we produce in terms of biomass in tons. And here you can see pigs make up a lot of what we produce in Denmark, around 40. It doesn't make as much out of the production in Denmark as cattle does. So cattle makes up around 49% of what we produce in Denmark, while pigs make up around 40% of what we produce in Denmark. And then we have all the other animal species. However, if you look at what we actually use our antimicrobials for, you'll notice that pigs will make up a vast majority of what we're using in Denmark. And that's why a lot of the initiatives that we have in Denmark are actually focused on the pig production sector, because that is where the most of the antimicrobials being used more in a more routine manner, but also because that's also where the biggest gains are regarding reduction in the overall use. So that is where much of our focus is. But of course, cattle also make up some chunk of the use as well. And then we have all the other species besides that. And this is also a graph from Denmark. So this shows the development, the use of antimicrobials for humans and animals. We won't be talking about the humans as much, but this just gives you a sense of how our use has developed from the 1990s all the way up until 2023. And to give you a very broad perspective, so in the 1990s, we made some fundamental changes as to how we produce. As you'll notice, the purple part here, that those are the antimicrobial growth motors. So they made a large chunk of what we used in the 1990s, but we made some fundamental changes to the production back then. And then you see up through the north, we had a steady rise in the use of antimicrobials, and that was largely driven by a rise in the pig production. So those two things are very highly correlated. And in the 2000s, that's basically what we set up the whole way we monitor and how we legislate regarding use of antimicrobials. And then through the 2010s, we'll notice there's a steady decline in the use of antimicrobials, much of it driven through the decline in the use of antimicrobials, antibiotics for pigs. And now I'll just go through highlight some of the things that we've done over this year span. But first, just to touch on the access to antimicrobials in veterinary medicine. So all antibiotics for use in animals are by prescription only. There are some minor antimicrobials besides antibiotics that don't need a prescription, but anything that contains antibiotic is by prescription only. And it's only the veterinarians who are empowered to write prescriptions for medicine for use for veterinary purposes. And all prescriptions are handled by approved companies. This is primarily done by pharmacies. Pharmacies are the intermediary between the veterinarian and the end user, meaning the animal owner, in most instances. And that's also why we get a lot of data through pharmacies into VetStat, where we collect the data. And medicine that's either handed out or prescribed by a veterinarian can only be used in accordance with the instruction from the veterinarian, which is then in turn informed by the specific product's characteristics of the product. It has to be used in accordance to this. This is EU law, so that's not just Danish law. Now, going back in time, we made some fundamental changes to how the veterinarians operate in Denmark. So in 1994, we made it so that the veterinarians could no longer be allowed to earn surplus income from the sales of veterinary medicine. Prior to that, a lot of their income was driven by the sales of medicine. And of course, this also includes antimicrobials. And that's because we wanted to make a shift from them earning money from selling medicine and have an incentive for doing that to them selling their know-how and helping the animal owners, the production animal owners, to do better regarding the production. And as such, we needed to create a new revenue source for the veterinarians. And we made a requirement that any large pig and cattle farms in Denmark are obliged to enter into a contractual agreement with a herd veterinarian who then comes to the farm at regular intervals, as described in the legislation, depending on the type of agreement, where they do on-farm visits to help the producer regarding any issues in the production, and of course also administering treatments as well. A lot of the focus in this contract between the veterinarian and the farmer and the advice is centered around prevention of infections through good management practices and biosecurity, turning back to what I said earlier about us having a focus on not having sick animals in the first place. When it comes to specific antimicrobials, we have some restrictions. So I told you we had a stop on antimicrobial growth motors after 2000, and that was due to spillover to human health was discovered, and also because we saw a rise in veterinary resistance on the veterinary side in the mid-1990s. This was actually done both voluntarily by the industry and then ultimately legislative across the EU. The use of AGPs was banned. National, we have rules stating that you can only use colistin, fluoroquinolones, and the third and fourth generational cephalosporins, meaning some of the antimicrobials that are critical for use in human health. Those cannot be used unless you can demonstrate susceptibility, and specifically for the fluoroquinolones, they can only be used as a last resort if no other viable treatment options are available other than that. And for mastitis in cattle, we have a rule stating that you can only use simple penicillins when you start up a treatment, unless you do susceptibility testing, and you can document that there is a degree of resistance that requires a different course of treatment. And then we have some EU legislation that says that there are some specific antimicrobials that are reserved exclusively for human health in human medicine. So those, of course, cannot be used, and we use the data again in VetStat to monitor the use of these medicine and make sure that the veterinarians know that this is not allowed. One of the very specific initiatives that we have is called the Yellow Card Initiative, so-called from Yellow Card in football, and it's been running since 2010. And it's aimed at the highest consumers of antibiotics in the Danish pig production. And how it works is that we have 3 different age categories for pigs. You can see them here. We have the weaner pigs, the finishers, the sows, and the piglets. And within each of these age groups, we sum up the use of antibiotics used on a farm and convert that into standardized doses. And that is then put in relation to the number of animals at the farm. And that both uses data from VetStat regarding the use of antibiotics and uses data from the Danish Central Hospital Register regarding the number of animals at the farm. That is an average over a 9-month period. And if that average crosses a specific threshold, you get an injunction, meaning you get a yellow card, and you are then mandated to reduce the use of antimicrobials or antibiotics at your farm within 12 months. If that's not possible, you get further injunctions, but unfortunately, due to time, I can't really go further into detail, but just to know that you're mandated to reduce your use. And actually, the yellow card model was refined in 2016 and 2017. So as I said before, originally the initiative targets the highest consumers of antimicrobials in the pig production sector, but now it also promotes responsible use of antimicrobials. And what we did is we added factors for those antibiotics that we deemed critically important. And then again, that's again the fluoroquinolones, the third and fourth generational cephalosporins and colistin. Those got a factor of 10, while tetracycline from a cautionary principle got a factor of 1.5. Everything else is just 1, meaning it just counts as it is. And what a factor means is that we multiply the use. So meaning if you use fluoroquinolones, cephalosporins, or colistin, that has a greater risk of you crossing the threshold and getting a yellow card mandating you to reduce your use of antimicrobials. And that actually had a very marked effect on the use of these specific antimicrobials. As you can see, we had a very low use of cephalosporins and fluoroquinolones already. That was because the industry itself chose to not do a ban, but try to minimize the use. Same goes for colistin. And then once we put factors on them, they basically stopped using them by the end of 2017 with only spot use here and there since then. And as you can see, the introduction of a factor on tetracycline also had a pretty marked effect on the use there as well. So very effective tool for reduction in the pig production sector and also promoting the responsible use. I was also asked to just tell you a little bit about how we monitor and control residues regarding antimicrobials. So the way it is in Europe, across Europe, what we do is regarding monitoring of residues is very tightly linked to EU regulations and the framework descriptions in that. So what we do in Denmark is we have two elements in our control. So we have both official samples that are collected by official Danish Veterinary and Food Administration staff that goes out into the slaughterhouses and collects samples. And then we have samples from the own checks of the companies. So those are then collected by the food producer. They do a large part of the sampling the food producers do, while the sampling that we do is mainly to quality assurance and to do specific projects. Now, the proportions are pretty much dictated by the EU, and every year the national residue control plan is revised, revising the number of samples, what is being sampled for, and what to sample. And all these revisions are based both on the production figures from the previous year, and data from VetStat regarding what is being used, specifically regarding antimicrobials, what is being used in regards to antibiotics, and then based on non-compliance fines nationally in Denmark, but also in the EU. So there's a lot of different factors going into that. We also get some input from EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority, regarding what to be focusing on. And any non-compliance findings are investigated at the farm of origin by our veterinary inspection units. It's also if the meat inspection units also check at the slaughterhouses, and if anything is still left at the slaughterhouses, that will be discarded. And I don't know how much time I have left, but this is just a flowchart showing how it works in Denmark. So the headquarters, some of my colleagues, they create the sampling plan. That sampling plan is then sent out to the official lab of the DVFA, who then sends out a call for samples to meat inspectors, who then collect the samples at the slaughterhouses. Then after sampling at the laboratory, they're then looked at if they're below or above minimum residue levels, and based on that, actions are taken. So either inspections at farms or recall of products or further sampling. So the final thing here is just the thing here is just to show that further samples are collected. Yes. So in closing, in Denmark, we mitigate the threat of AMR. We do that not only from the public sector, but the private sector also contributes in various ways, both by going at the forefront and maybe implementing things before we can implement things, and on the public health side. The farmers and the veterinarians are working very closely together in the larger production facilities, and they have a heavy focus on management and biosecurity to prevent infections and thereby reducing the necessity for treatment with antibiotics and, of course, ensuring animal health overall. We're very much focused on using the antimicrobials in a prudent manner. We have different tools in the toolbox for this, as I've told you about in this session. But the most important thing is that we can't be compromising animal welfare just to not treat. So that's a very important factor as well. And then we might strive to minimize and dissuade the use of the critically important antimicrobials. We do that both by monitoring the use for in the animal health side, but also through a Denmark report and looking at critical resistance. That was my presentation. Thank you very much for having me and listening to me. I've provided you with a link on the right-hand side here to a report some of my former colleagues made with the FAO back in 2019 that goes through a lot of things that I've been going through here. It's available in English, and it pretty much sums up what I've said as well, just with more detail. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for excellent presentation. Because of the time limitation, we are going to move to our third speaker, who is the Dr. Bang Ji-yoon. Dr. Bang is a team leader at the Harim Group, where the company is really one of the biggest company, especially in farm management service and poultry meat production. Okay, the Dr. Bang got his bachelor's degree in Jeonbuk National University and master degree of veterinary medicine. He is works as a Harim breeding business unit as a team leader, also the safety inspection team leader. He's gonna give us a talk entitled Sustainable Food Safety Model Leading the Global Market, the Harim's Production Stage Hygiene Management System. Please welcome Dr. Bang with your big hands.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. In human life, antibiotics was very important, and due to the resistance, now it is threatening the human life, and it is a public challenge, and we need to work together to address this problem. Today, I would like to introduce Harim's hygiene management system at the production stage under the theme A Sustainable Food Safety Model Leading the Global Market. The world's first antibiotics can be said to be penicillin, discovered by Alexander Fleming of the UK. Fleming, born as the son of a farmer in Scotland in 1881, entered into St. Mary's Medical School to become a microbiologist. And as you know very well, there was a medium, and he saw the fungi growing, and surrounding the mold, there was no bacteria growing up, so he called that as a penicillin. And after that, it was purified so that it can be used for the human being. And during the World War II, he succeeded the commercialization, saving a lot of lives. However, recently, in human body and animal body, the overuse of antibiotics became a global challenge. Due to the misuse of antibiotics, there is a bacteria that is resistant to many antibiotics. Compared to 2016, we can see there is consistent declining. However, compared to OECD average, our usage is still high. And it is the same for the livestock farms. And in 2011, the use of AGP was banned. And the use of antibiotics in the farms were declining, but recently we can see that there is a pickup again. Vaccines and antibiotics contributed to the longer life expectancy of human being. However, despite these achievements, there is a continuous resistance of antibiotics, and there is a decreasing effect of the treatment, and superbacteria and MDR appeared. And the ease of resistance genes movement were identified. So internationally, there were many studies. In particular, in 2014, the UK government commissioned the research to study the economic losses and antibiotics relations. And in the future, there will be more deaths due to antibiotic-resistant bacteria compared to the cancer death. in 2050. In order to address this problem, the concept of One Health was established. So human being, animal, and all the ecosystem should be combined together. Because one problem is not limited to that area, it can spread to another area. FAO said that One Health is an integrated and unified approach aiming to sustainably and optimally manage the human health, animal health, and ecosystem. That means human, animal, and ecosystem health are all interconnected. We need to understand that, and all experts need to work together to jointly respond to the challenges. In the livestock industry, we need to implement the One Health, and in order to implement this, what kind of activity are we doing? I would like to introduce that. Harim is derived from Chinese characters meaning summer and forest. So just like the forest in the summer, we would like to achieve the enriched nature and health. So that symbolizes the philosophy of Harim. So we would like to create the best dish based on the fresh food, and we have a mission in our company. And that is why we are taking on this challenge of antibiotic-resistant bacteria issue. We would like to healthily raise the chickens, and we would like to deliver our know-how to the farmers, and we'll do our best. In order to do this, we need to change our paradigm in farming management. In the past, when there is a problem or there is a disease, we relied on antibiotics, focusing on the treatment. However, now we are shifting our focus to the prevention so that we don't have to use the antibiotics from the beginning. But in order to focus on the prevention, we need to have three prerequisites. The most important part is improving the farming environment. Aside from that, we need to improve the immunity and minimize the stress.
무엇보다 중요한 건 사육 환경.
Most importantly, improving the breeding environment is crucial. The open house on the left is directly affected by external temperature and humidity, so actually environmental stress is directly transmitted to the chickens being raised. So with its 4 distinct seasons, so actually it is likely to be easier exposure to flu for human. So and also this closed open house is poor in biosecurity, so chickens are easily exposed to diseases and antibiotic use increases accordingly. We have continuously increased facility improvements through financial support programs such as government modernization funds, company advances and loans. As a result, open house type, which accounted for 7% in 2005, drastically decreased to 3% in 2023, while on your right side, closed house systems conversely increased to 93% in 2023, and we aim to achieve 100% by 2030. Furthermore, the expansion of smart farms that optimize the environment of poultry farms and maximize productivity and efficiency is increasing, and we are conducting research to establish integrated control systems that allow farms and companies to efficiently monitor and control various environmental factors. In addition to facility modernization, it is important to properly utilize existing facilities. Our company trains poultry experts to help our contract farms properly utilize facilities to raise healthy chickens. In particular, we conduct intensive care farm for underperforming farms. We call this HPH, and this intensive care includes facility improvements and environmental improvements. So after problems being identified, we need to take a deep dive into the problem's root cause and taking a gradual approach to solve the entire problem. So before chick placement, we inspect facilities using farm facility checklist and check the air tightness of poultry houses through smoke tests. And after this, with this smoke test, we also check the air tightness of poultry houses, and we also prepare for draft prevention, and as well as airflow, and also identify temperature sensors location so that the managers of farm is fully familiar with how to use this control panel. This is done through training of education from the poultry experts. And at the day of chick placement, the experts pay a visit to the farms, and also the experts will check the preparation status, including supplementary feed distribution, preheating, and draft prevention. And when chicks arrive, and in participation with the experts, they check and inspect chick quality, and we visualize poultry house environment temperature, humidity, and carbon dioxide by measuring them by zone, thereby visually presenting which management caused problems in which areas, or which management caused the good practice in which area. The most important thing at this time and point is building consensus with farm managers regarding current conditions. So even though we map out good solutions, but reaching a consensus is a prerequisite. If not, then we are not able to convince farm owners to improve their practices. So from the first step to the final stage, we invite the farm owners to fully convince them to be on the same chapter with us. We secure adequate air inlet area, install air deflators to prepare for hot weathers to secure appropriate air velocity in poultry houses, improve chick placement preparation, including preheating and supplementary feed distribution. So after the chick arrives, we makes those chicks easier for chicks to eat feed. So we try to improve the performance of the underperforming farms. And such facility improvements and breeding environment improvements, ultimately, though they are gotten rid of the intensive care targets. So after repeated and reoccurring intensive farm projects, we help underperforming farms to improve their productivity. And this is prerequisite for us to reduce the usage of AMU. And acquiring proper immunity against the prevalent disease is also important, and this will allow us to secure the healthy conditions of chicks, and this will reduce the AMU. And among a lot of diseases occurring, I like to talk about coccidiosis itself creates opportunities for antibiotic use. And this is very most prevalent disease to poultry and chickens, and this lead to death. That's why they try to prevent this disease from occurrence. That's why they utilize many antibiotics. And also it triggers necrotic enteritis, increasing opportunities for antibiotics use even further. So anti-coccidiosis and antibiotics usage are increasing accordingly. So to solve this, we select the coccidiosis vaccine through comparison of vaccines sold in the market and comparison with not vaccination. And by applying it at hatcheries with dedicated vaccination equipment, so we dramatically improve the survival rates and CFCR. So we convince all the farms to get vaccinated or get inoculated for the coccidiosis. Of course, there is a growing satisfactory level, and also it will reduce the AMU as well as anti-coccidiosis. And another thing is IB. IB is known as a virus with severe mutations like human COVID-19 is causing direct and indirect damage to farms. So it's essential to identify the genotype of IB occurring on farms. And also it leads to death of the livestock animals or increase the pathogens, or it will increase the potential occurrence of E. coli. So it also causes farms to use more antibiotics. So in order to address this, we need to identify the genotype and mutation of IB and what is the best choice for vaccination against them. So as a result of changing and applying IB vaccine from the existing genotype, we can see that FCR improved by about 0.09. It is important to continuously monitor farm conditions. We have specialized research departments and cooperate with College of Veterinary Medicine in universities and authorized institutions to discuss precise pre-diagnostic results and ensure countermeasures are established in the right direction. Additionally, we have systems in place to manufacture vaccines using field strains obtained from farms as vaccine strains when necessary, ensuring the most effective vaccines are supplied to farms and available to them. Finally, farm management through veterinarians. So veterinarians, this will, as the previous speaker have mentioned a lot on veterinarians, and this is evidenced by Danish example. So there are lack of accessibility to veterinarians for farms on the field. So we first made a contract with veterinarians and we matched them with our contract farms. But this is not the end of the story. So we help farms to collect the data on the usage of medicines, and their medicine cost will be reimbursed for the veterinarians. So this generates a stable revenue stream for the veterinarians, but they are entitled to secure the prevention of misuse or overuse of antimicrobiotics. And contracted farms, if they have issues and disease, then they are able to contact with veterinarians to get proper prescribed medicines. This will lead to a production increase, and Harim is able to offer a safer food to end consumers. And also, we are able to stably supply antibiotic-free livestock products, certified products to the market. Now, let me expand the management scope to including processing plants. We have 2 units, and it all is equipped with auto-catching systems and module loading system as well. Through these 2 systems, we are reducing chicken stress during the loading process. And the processing process begins with gas stunning on animal welfare system and prevents cross-contamination. And also, we fully utilize the 100% air chilling system, through which we are able to prevent cross-contamination with 100%. And the managing core temperature below is 2 degrees Celsius. The processing process maintains a cold chain below 8 degrees Celsius from beginning to end. So we are recognized as processing plants for export to various parts of the world, including the US, China, and the EU. And the results of these efforts are bearing fruit in the market. As shown in the graph, Harim Group's market share is 34.5%. We are unrivaled number 1 in the market. And also in 2014, our export volume was 4.3 billion Korean won, but it jumped to 9.3 billion won rapidly in 2024, and we're exporting samgyetang, eggs, canned goods, and various processed meat products to 15 countries. Up until now, I have discussed our efforts and achievements at the farm level to ensure sustainable food safety. We, on our part, will continue to steadily build food safety strategies for public health and safety. Thank you for your listening.
Thanks for nice presentation, Dr. Bang. I'd like to ask all three speakers come to the podium to take questions, please. So we have 10 minutes Q&A time. So and 방 교수님, 방 박사님 앞으로. Okay, so because of time limitation, I'd like to take one or two questions from the audience. Yeah, Dr. Choi.
Thank you very much, all of the speakers. I have a question to Dr. Sang Hee-jung. My name is Myeong-shin Chae, Codex Secretariat. I understand there is some discrepancy regarding antimicrobial resistance in food safety and antimicrobial use. In food safety, ADI and maximum residual limits are kind of gold standards. If it is below the ADI and maximum residual limits, we believe they are safe. But over the limit, that means risky. But in the antimicrobial resistance, there are some data, there are no threshold of the safe use of antimicrobials regard to antimicrobial resistance. I saw JECFA already considered antimicrobial resistance as an endpoint when they evaluate antimicrobials. So how do we interpret ADI regard to antimicrobial resistance? Thank you.
한국말로 대답 드릴게요.
I would like to answer in Korean. As for the antibiotics, there is a MRL and ADI, and you said that that is the gold standard. You are correct. As for the MRL, it is a very important criteria internationally. But as for the antimicrobiotics, as you know very well, JECFA set ADI and they see toxicological MID and mycological MID, and the lower value will be ADI. And as for antibiotics, microbiological ADI is lower than toxicological ADI. So that is a usual value. And when it comes to the resistance you asked, for now, JECFA and other international guidelines say that they need to follow VICH guideline. And we need to see colonization barrier effect. So the impact to the gut barrier and resistance should be also considered. So there are two criteria, but until now, most of the microbiological endpoint is not determined by resistance. Rather, it is based on the colonization barrier effect. The reason is, to see the resistance, we need to have the flow medium system and human flora associated animal outcome is needed. But the method is very complex and it is not harmonized internationally. And there were several studies. Tetracycline, quinoline classes were used in the test, and when we compare the outcome, colonization barrier impact was sensitive more than the resistance. But in the future, there should be more tests, and many people are emphasizing resistance. So in the future, for the veterinarian drugs, I believe we need to include the barrier and resistance as well, and international efforts will be made in the future.
You first.
Yeah.
안녕하세요. 저 코덱스.
So I'm from Codex. My name is Jo Eun-mi. So I'd like to ask a question to Harim. So out of your main livestock animals, so AMR resistance issues are big in poultry. So at your part, so you raise chickens and eggs. Do you have any AMR monitoring in-housely developed? And also the most frequent food poisoning pathogen is Salmonella enteritis in eggs. Do you have any monitoring plans or reduction plans for that? So to your first question, so AMR pathogen monitoring wise, so we do have a different nature of management. So if there is a pathogen occurred and bacteria occurred, then we try to monitor to see what would be the best option that we have. But the results and application on the field are quite different beyond our expectations. So we do believe these results and findings were relevant, so we stopped at monitoring. But or in the livestock association, through collaboration with them, we outsource our research to them. So there might be some bacteria separate from our environment or from the poultry, so we can see which kind of nature they have in environments. So when you talk about SE in eggs and chicken, of course we run slaughterhouse, and also we sell those meats on the market. So we feel responsibility of managing salmonella in any type. So from hatchery to farm, including poultry, we also carry out tests for salmonella bacteria, and we also do traceability test. So if the bacteria is identified, then we need to come up with countermeasures for minimization of the impact on consumers. So we properly use microbiotics, and also what we frequently request to MAFRA, we do have a vaccination. So actually we need to get on easier regulations on vaccination. That's my answer.
Hello. My question is to Frederick. Well, greetings from Nepal. I'm a veterinarian too. I'm working as a national project coordinator for the ACT project. So everything you explained, it seems like quite unreal to me from the Nepalese context, because it's too good, like even to believe, because that's something, even like half of that is something that we are trying to achieve like in next 15 years. So this is amazing. And then like if we impose that system, I think we'll run out of all the red cards, like that is in Nepal. So I'm like a little bit like concerned about is that, like we are trying a lot on, working on like raising awareness for the prudent and responsible use of antibiotics, especially to the farmers and producers. And in the ACT project also, we did one study where we realized that like, those farmers and producers with like a good knowledge or like a decent amount knowledge of MMR and without any knowledge of MMR were practicing the same level of, safety measures or like the less risky measures. So we were not being able to change the behaviors or like raising the conscience out of them to, like for the responsible and prudent use of antibiotics. So when I heard your presentations, like it seems like the policies and the framework, regulatory framework is like pretty much intact or like very severe. So do you suggest that like the country like us like should focus like more on like, reforming policies rather than just like, putting too much of effort on awareness? Because I think if the policies are like reformed and implemented, I think that will kind of bring the awareness and then the, responsibility automatically. Is that like what we should be leaning to or like thinking about? Just like your thoughts and your concerns on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I think for sure policy should be what we should be focusing on in an ideal world. Unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, and I mean, we're very lucky in Denmark that we had political will to create systematic changes, but at the time, but that's not always the case. I'm very fortunate that I work within these different government collaborations that we have in Denmark. among others in Bangladesh. And I know what you're talking about, I experienced in many of these countries as well. I think it's, of course, looking long term, you should, of course, be looking at how can we create a system that better supports the prudent use of antimicrobials, but also you have to operate within the system that you have. And that's a lot of the time what I talk with our partners about, that it's about looking at what can you do. And I think one of the core strengths in Denmark is that we have a very small country. We're only 6 million people. We have a very large production, of course, but we're not that a large a country, not that many people. And so control is much easier in Denmark, to be fair. We also only have one land-bound border to Germany. So the control over the access to antimicrobials is much easier as well. So I think in the bigger countries, in the countries where it's not possible to implement these Danish-like initiatives, because that can be very difficult, then it must be working within the framework that you have. A lot of what we do in the SSC projects is about creating awareness, creating creating a system where people assume responsibility at a local level to make sure that they understand the risks of imprudent use of antimicrobials, both to the animals, but also to the human health side as well. And specifically, sometimes you see some very difficult situations where some of the treatments that used to work no longer work. So it's about explaining that and making sure that it's accessible to not only the farmers, but the general public as well, because it's also a lot of it is consumer driven. So a lot of it is about what do the consumers demand. So it's about raising the awareness all the way around. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so one last, this slide, okay.
This is Boki Jiangsai from the Chennai National University. So I got a quick question to the Dr. Chang. This is really quick questions. So did you just use the 6 persons, health donors for the gut microbiota? So how did you select these persons, and is it enough numbers for this project?
네, 6명의 한국.
Yes, I will answer in Korean. We collected the feces from 6 people, and of course, it is a small number. Even though it is a small number, in our test, we understood the limitation, and if we expand this, how much we can expand, that was the challenge. But we used 6 healthy people, and the criteria was very strict. So the basic guideline is available in the VICH, so it should be healthy and adults, and there should be man and female. And for 3 months, there must not be any intake of antibiotics. And we are studying Korean people. So they need to have the ordinary dietary pattern of Korean people, and there should not be any underlying disease. And the most important part is the shape of feces. From the scale of 1 to 6, there are different scales, considering the softness and the moisture. So we considered all the criteria. Of course, we have the issue with the number 6, but in VICH, they recommend to have at least a 6 people, so we followed the guideline. Of course, if it is requiring more people, then we can recruit more people, but due to the limited time, we collected only 6 people.
So one question is that, is there any antimicrobial residue test for retail meat or meat product in Denmark? That's the first question. Second question is how many the number of sample regularly per year in Denmark for the antimicrobial resistance monitoring system? That's the second question. Third question is is there any penalty for yellow card system? For example, the recalling, the after farm tracking. So yeah, that's the 3 questions from the online participant. Okay.
Thank you very much. So to be honest, my division isn't responsible for the monitoring of antimicrobial resistance in food products. So my knowledge isn't that all-encompassing, so I can't answer all the questions. I do know that the monitoring that we do monitoring at retail level, for sure, of course, and that's very much guarded by EU legislation, but we also have some Danish legislation accompanying that as well. And that garners what species we look at. It changes from year to year, but also what we look for. We also have national legislation that enables us to do back tracing if we find cases of critically important resistance. And we do back tracing at farms using data from VetStat, but also using data from slaughterhouses and all these things. I think those were the two first questions. So last question, please remind me again.
So any kind of penalty, the violate the yellow card, the yellow card system,
The yellow card system. It's a good question. I should say is it's not a direct penalty. So once you get issued a yellow card, you get a hearing, and then the farmer can do. They can say, I shouldn't be receiving this yellow card because of this and this. There are some legitimate reasons why they shouldn't be getting a yellow card, either due to something on our side or something technically that hasn't been updated. But if they do get a yellow card, then they get at least one follow-up visit by the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration's veterinary task force that goes out into the farm, talks to the farmer, tells him about what's going to happen from now on regarding having received a yellow card. Then they have 12 months to bring down their use of antimicrobials to a sufficient level below the threshold. And then they actually go into monitoring for another 12 months. So if they cross it again, they will get a new injunction. And if they don't achieve the reduction or they cross the line again, the threshold again, then the next injunction is that they are mandated to seek outside veterinary advice, meaning that the herd veterinarian that they're using, he can't be the one who's advising them. Then somebody who is approved by the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration goes into the farm, talks to the farmer, looks at the production, looks at how they use medicine, what management practices they are utilizing, and gives input for them to what they can maybe adjust to do better, also regarding biosecurity. Then they have another 5 months, from what I remember, to reduce the use below the threshold again. Luckily, this has always been achieved. We've actually had it's always so much on the margins how much you earn in these systems. So it has been quite effective, but ultimately, and this has never been tested or proven, but then we can mandate that you have to reduce the number of animals at the farm. So if you don't bring down your antimicrobial use within 12 months and don't bring it down after getting some more advice, then you can be mandated to reduce the number of animals in your herd. So the thinking is that less animals in the herd, less need for use of antimicrobials because of less disease pressure, and that's how you reduce it. So that has never been actually used in practice, but that is a further injunction. And then we also have the opportunity to forbid you from storing medicine at the farm, because some of these contractual agreements that we have in Denmark between the veterinarian and the farmer enables the farmer to keep medicine at the farm and to administer treatments themselves based on the advice, the input from the veterinarian, and that can then be stopped if they're able to reduce the use of antimicrobials.
Okay, I understand there are many questions, but we have to wrap up the session. Okay, so once again, please give your big hands to the three speakers for excellent presentation. Okay.
네, 두 번째 세션에 진행을 맡아주신 강원대학교 우정
Professor Yoon from Gangwon National University and three speakers who made excellent presentation and Q&A. Thank you very much, and please give them a big round of applause once again. From the opening ceremony until now, you stayed for a long time, and there are many audiences on YouTube. Thank you very much for your attendance. And tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will begin session 3. We would like to look forward to your active attention and participation tomorrow as well. And last but not least, we distributed the survey form. We'd like to get your valuable insights so that we can prepare better conference in the future. With this, we would like to conclude the day 1 of the 5th MFDS GCFAR. Thank you very much.